Testing. Sure, everything is good. Had to rush my way on the stream. So I gotta do some last minute checks. I've also raised the bit rate, so let me know if the stream is laggy. So far on my end, everything looks okay. Hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, I'm just now looking at the chat. Wow, you guys had a bit of a talk here before I showed up, huh? Let's see. That's a cool thing about YouTube. It saves all the logs. That's pretty recent. Who's in the channel's profile pic, by the way? That's my my OC. Her name's Nirvana, ironically. The thing is that I picked that name before I even went into Girls Frontline like that. So it's purely coincidence that my OC's name is Nirvana. And yeah, I made her just so I have a unique profile pic. Yeah, so about reverse collapse, I was literally trying to finish the game today, and I thought I was at the end, but then I wasn't. But then I wasn't. Is Commander player still alive during reverse collapse? We don't know, but most likely no. You are not finishing the game today. Probably not. Yeah, I got to the point where I just fought Sugar for real this time. And yeah, Jeff D had to go back in time again. So I'm at that part. Did I get all the collectibles? Nah. It's right on the screen right now. I'm missing five of them. Oh, you mean collectibles, not fees. No, I was originally gunning for the collectibles, but then I really wanted to finish the story for this stream, so I skipped out on doing that. But I'm still like way behind, so that's not gonna happen for a while. I plan on doing it on a new game plus run because I'm also playing on casual plus. And by the way, is actually this game is still actually really fun on casual plus. And I'm the type of person who always loves to do hardest difficulty. Just because I like using the game to the fullest extent, or using the game's mechanics to the full extent. So originally I was on Challenge Plus, and I got to chapter 2. But the main issue that I had with Challenge Plus is that I kept having to restart to the beginning of the map, which wasted so much time. So I swapped to Casual Plus. Thanks for subbing videos, love them. Thanks. I appreciate that. Been stuck on 3S5 since October, yeah. And honestly, right now, I'm on this screen because I really like the music for this. Let's see, questions. The Ghost Hunt 2 story continue. Our latest Nikita. Oh, that one. I do not know, actually. I had to look at CS tweets. Because I don't pay attention to the storyline in China, just so I can stay in line with the rest of global. That way we can do stuff like this where we read a bunch of theories and stuff, and I don't have like an inherent advantage over you guys. Where's M4A1? M4A1 is in Nirvana. Where's SF? That one is a big giant question mark. They have yet to mention them. Isn't China starting Retcon anyways? I think you mean Girls Frontline 1. We don't know if the Girls Frontline 1 ending is retconned. We'll see when we get the story in global and if they made any changes. But so far, it's best to assume that it is canon, even though it contradicts a lot of events from Ghost Frontline 2 right now. Not too keen with the main campaign being at exclusively do side events. I don't condone it, but Mika has always done that. It's a way to create FOMO in a game that doesn't really have FOMO. Well, Ghost Frontline 2 does now, but in Ghost Frontline 1 there wasn't really any FOMO. That's one theory, that we have branching pathways. That's plausible. That reminds me, I wanted to pull up the CK translation. Because there was an ongoing interpretation that sealing Lunasia into Nirvana also broke all the world lines, which doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't sound right. see. Yeah, I should have prepared all this ahead of time, but I just didn't. There it is. Where is it? Give me one moment, guys. I'm reading up on the translation right now. Trying to find something. Oh, here it is. Okay. Are relics still around? Yes, there is. The finished Squad 4 lore video and I loved it, but curious, is there a reason that Squad 404 is separated from each other during the events of Groza 2? Yes, so they haven't explicitly said this, but the big reason why Leva and Lina are no longer part of Squad 404, although they technically still are, is primarily because Leva, being 45, she believes William is dead, and now she is fulfilling 40's promise of basically having a new life. So that's why she's no longer part of Squad 404. That said, she is still part of Squad 404 technically, as more like a veteran member, but she went out with the intention of no longer fighting. But does she have a new body? I don't think they've actually talked about that just yet, but the implication is that she's using 2 different bodies right now. Okay, let me swap to a different screen. Let me see if you guys can see that. Yeah, here it is. So the main thing about the Ghost Frontline 1 ending that kind of hurts it a lot is this line right here. Let me get rid of this. The world in which the key dies is the only true world. This is this line right here. And then right here it says, and then all the remaining threads will fade into non-existence. You could call them dreams, or you could call them nothingness. After all, existence itself is a form of void. Anchors are the pieces on this board. M4 is an anchor, Dandelion's an anchor, Irma is an anchor, Embla's an anchor. And now it's my turn to complete the final anchor. So basically, once Lunasia died on that timeline, that should have destroyed all other timelines. So this this in and of itself is extremely damning for code bakery. Meanwhile, Commander ellipses. Yeah. Yeah, this just throws code bakery out the window. Yeah, so the only real way this works, because it says all remaining threads will fade into non-existence. The only way this works is if Lunasia worded that really poorly, or if this translation was not worded very, very well. And what it's supposed to mean is that Lunasia will no longer be able to read any other timelines because she'll be sealed away from that. Yeah, that's right. Plague Doctor. There's still a catch-22 to that, so it's just weird that they kind of went this route when they should realize just how fucky that is. You think Nietzsche tampered with the commander's memories? No, I don't see why she would. That would make a lot more sense, play Doctor Lover. It's just that if you read it objectively, it doesn't say that. You have to make a lot of assumptions to make that work. This is one of the issues, by the way, that I have with Ghost Frontline 1 in particular. They do a lot of word salad. And you're forced to interpret the meaning behind it. And it can be completely different in hindsight. Think it's Lunasia who's in Preet's memory? Yes. Absolutely. There's way too many clues that says that it is Lunasia. It would be cruel if the commander was never rescued during CT and everything up to the point was a dream/nightmare. From M4's perspective, yeah, it'd be a complete nightmare. Yeah, you're okay. That is about my assumption too. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video on Jeff D and Lunasia. Well, and Nirvana in general, so it's going to involve Jeff D and Lunasia because Reverse Collapse goes a lot into the mechanics of how Nirvana works. And I would love to get down and dirty into that. Hypothetically, at one point in CK did the ending switch. It would be before it'd be before General Carter attacked. That would be the breakoff point. Because in Ghost Frontline 1, the commander doesn't fight the military. He instead focuses on saving civilians. In Ghost Frontline 2, it is confirmed that the commander fought the military in that timeline. Goes on nature and reverse class nature to people. Yes, yeah. What if nature made him believe that to protect him? Hmm. See, that one's more like a, that wouldn't happen. Like even so, here's a plan. Um, I'm going to read everyone's theories, including the ones that were made on YouTube on that post I made, and I'm going to do my best to entertain those theories, no matter how wild they are, to see if they actually can work in some way. So no matter how wild they are, even like the stuff that's obviously wrong, I will try to at least talk about how it could work or how it can't work, just so we can have some fun with it, right? Do you think the UNC could be an antagonist later down the line? According to Code Bakery Reverse Collapse, yes, they will be an antagonist eventually. Technically, they already are an antagonist for the commander, but they're not physically a threat right now. It's more on the political spectrum. Do you think Ghost 192 Groza might be Lunasia? We'll talk about that later, because that's been a very big theory. It also showed up in my comments, so I'll talk about it when I get into that. Yeah, and Eddie said the same thing too, the theory about Groza being a vessel of Lunasia. Right. I believe Ghost Run 2 is a future where her presence was erased and every contradiction of her existence causes a specific point rewritten to fix a contradiction. So the world itself is rewriting, is trying to rewrite whenever Lunasia appears? I feel like I've seen that in a movie somewhere. It wasn't The Matrix, it was something else. Well, the world is literally trying to fix itself. Remember the days when Christmas was just cute robots fighting evil robots? Evil cute robots, by the way. Does Commander and Girlfriend 2 know he's being watched over by Lunasia in another dimension? Yes, he should know. But I think it's more of an out of sight, out of mind type of thing. Because when Dataline told him, he didn't seem surprised. So you got crazy ideas? Yeah. What happened to Nimron and Mordo? They died. Yeah, they died. I always appreciate it when people say that my videos help them out. Free paper. I'm very glad about that. I do this for fun. And of course, also want to make money out of doing my hobby. I'll be upfront about that. So it's not purely out of pure enjoyment, but it's like 90% pure enjoyment. But the fact that it helps people is like a huge part of it too. I think Commander reformed the GRF. I think that was also a theory in the comments as well. So I'll talk about it when we get to the comments. We're doing with timelines. Think they might be trying to bring back development characters. That depends. So we do have timey-wimey stuff going on, right? But they have made an effort to talk about the importance of mortality, especially through the commander himself. So when someone dies, they should stay dead. That's basically the commander's mantra. Thanks, Nixon. I appreciate that. Have I ever thought of writing a fanfiction or a quest that goes Frontline? I have. If I want to do a fanfiction of Ghost Frontline, it'll be based in America, to be honest. Because America sounds very interesting on paper with everything it's gone through. Like, I know we're stuck in Russia, and I don't particularly mind being in Russia. In fact, it doesn't truly matter where we are at in the grand scheme of things, because it's such, no matter what, it's going to be a very small section of what's going on around in the world, or even the country. We are very small in the grand scheme of things, which is a very good part of Ghost Frontline's world building. But like you said, Plague Doctor, there's so much going on in America that I feel like there's a lot more going on than what's going on in Russia, and I feel like that's a missed opportunity that we never delved into what's going on in America, with the exception of Daybreak. What is my opinion of Daybreak? I like them, but I think they were added onto the story way too late. So it feels like more bloats that shouldn't have been there. But as a concept and the story itself, it's very good. I like them a lot. I just wish they had more screen time. And maybe they should have been introduced in Gross Frontline 2 instead of the end of Gross Frontline 1, you know? Would a commander ever make a trip to America? Probably not. If anything, if they ever go into America, it'll be with a new character, a new main character. Here, let's swap back to the game. Oh, Yi? Would you read a fanfic about America? Yeah, I would. I wouldn't mind seeing people's ideas. Do you think something bad is going to happen first? Yeah, absolutely. Like, we've already been in a pretty big shithole with this chapter, with the latest chapter in Global, and things always get bad before we get some revelations. That's kind of been their thing. As an aside, which character is most interesting in the first game as an individual? Which character is the most interesting? It's not necessarily who's my favorite, but who's the most interesting. Honestly, there's a lot of interesting characters. Even the side characters are interesting. I guess in terms of being interesting for the wrong reasons, I would say RPK 16 is the most interesting. Yeah, RPK 16 is definitely one of the more interesting characters, but it also feels like her story just kind of got wrapped up way too quickly. So I feel like she got the short end of the stick after her magnum opus happened. You know how many commanders survived from Griffin and Kruger? I think they never brought that number up. At all, actually. They have mentioned commanders before, but after CT, I don't think any other commanders have brought up ever again. Everything just kind of rides on us as a commander, because StateSec is the one that pulls us in. So if anything, the other commanders either died or they left. It's one of those two. Because at that point, we're not even a free group. We're all prisoners to StateSec. I made the mistake of oathing her. Yeah, that feels bad. Assuming you mean RPK 16, of course. Because the one thing that I looked into was the anniversary dialogue for RPK 16 as well. And it basically just spells out her entire character to you. And anyone who actually really liked RPK 16, I'm sure that hurt. That hurt a lot, seeing that anniversary dialogue. She did not pull any punches. Yeah, the manga is going to be very interesting for the Singularity event, because they spend a lot of time building up different commanders. At the very least, it'll be interesting to see if they do anything with that. How do you think she'll react to William being potentially alive? I'd be surprised if she didn't already know that. And she's already looking into it. But if she doesn't know and the commander says, hey, William's still alive, I think she wouldn't show off how pissed she is because of how far removed she's been from the situation. But I think she'll reach a point where she'll go back to old habits and go back to fighting, which she should be, considering we already see her combat body. More story about the other 3 AR members, but they are often overshadowed by M4 and M16. They kind of are. Yeah, they kind of are, to be honest. That's kind of the reason why I don't expect them to bring back M4 for a very long time, because M4 is a show stealer. Like, if M4 is brought back, every other character won't be getting any screen time unless it's side events. That's probably the big reason why they sidelined M4 after Polarizing Light. Oh, the commander drinking alone. Yeah, I read that one too. Anything involving Angelia post-death is like so gut-wrenching. And all of the fan art of the commander lamenting over Angie's death and like remembering her, that's a heart tug too. They do a good job with that. Yeah, I see it, Yay. I've fallen for RO and soft mod. Yeah, they're both great. They're great characters. All the AR teams are great characters, to be honest. Imagine how insecure Groza will get, yeah. Did the dolls rescue a fragment of Ange in Arvinus? I'm going to have to read it again to double check. Because as far as I remember, the only one who had access to her was Eliana. But things happened to Eliana. Any name drops in Groza Frontline 2? No. As far as we know, Nayla and Jay are still doing their thing. Well, Jay is called Kevin, by the way. That's his real name. Nayla and Kevin should be chilling. No updates. Ads. Sorry about that. I gotta make money somehow. By the way, if there are any repeat questions, feel free. I know a lot of you guys, you end up having to leave and come back, and of course there's ads too. So if I do encourage repeat questions, even if it does get annoying, because I understand how that happens. Wasn't Kevin killed in Chapter 5? His name wasn't Kevin, was it? But no, that'd be a different character regardless. Oh wow, I've already been up for 30 minutes. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull up. Let's pull up the juicy post. See what you guys thought of. Because I see there's like around 45 comments, I want to say. So 45 theories. Yeah, 45. You think it'll be the one who killed William in the end? It'll be us. Mika wouldn't take that away from us. At least I don't think so. It'd be kind of crazy if they did. Okay. Or maybe it'd be like us and all of our dolls just standing over William with handguns, and we just mag dump them all at once. Isn't he allowed to play in the 2090s? Yes. But we're also dealing with alternate timelines. Yeah, William is crazy in Inverse Collapse. Yes, a lot of stuff going for him in Inverse Collapse. It's kind of crazy. Okay. So, 45 comments. Let's see what you guys thought of. I think this one is fairly common, but Groza will at some point betray us. That is very common. I know you guys in the chat were also saying that as well. but likely not of her own free will. Her memories, the weirdness when she swapped into a new frame, her warning us we shouldn't trust her unconditionally, not to mention that for some reason an exception was made for her to let her stay with us. Feels like this has all been orchestrated long ago. Yeah, so this one is a very, very common theory. And there is the most groundwork for it. You wouldn't really need to go into any searching to see that. Just literally they spell it out for you in a story, just straight up. The big thing is that's why I think that it's a red herring. They are building that up, and I think it'll come to a point where she will be able to prevent it. That is my theory right now. What I think instead is that there's something else going on with Groza, and that is primarily because of what happened in the latest chapter, the Syntheracy event, where they're tying in a lot of connections between her and Sextons. In my opinion, the actual thing that's going to happen to Groza is that she's going to be connected to Nirvana in some way. That is my theory. She does betray us, we betray her. Yeah. Some comments got hidden? Interesting. Yeah, I didn't tamper with any of the comments, so did people say some silly stuff? It's kind of weird. Let's see, anything here? Same feelings. When you find her strange that Jiki-Khan brought her on board, knowing full well it could go. Yeah, just anyone agreeing with that. All right, next theory. We will at some point come across some former Griffin Kruger dolls as an opposing force. Not as factory sets, but the same neural cloud they had while serving under Commander. Makes for good drama. Not to happen at least once. Not sure how to play out, but guaranteed the Commander will try and save them and bring them on board. So basically, former Griffin T-Dolls that served directly under Commander will become an opposing force at some point. Let's think about that. How can that possibly happen? Now, they could orchestrate themselves as being an opposing force, as in like they're not actually the enemy to the Commander, but they're acting that way in order to guide the Commander into a particular point in time. Kind of like how Lunasia did, right? Where Lunasia acted like an enemy to the Commander, but all she was really trying to do was guide Commander to a particular point in time where he makes the right decisions. So it could happen like that. Now, if they go actual enemy, that's extremely hard with the way how the game propped them up as basically the messiah to all of the T-Dolls in Griffin, where every single T-Doll loves him unconditionally. I can't see them legitimately deciding to attack the Commander without being tampered in some way. Yeah, StaySec being a thing is pretty big, but even with StaySec being involved, I can't see any Griffin T-Doll attacking the Commander without them being tampered in some way. Could William do it? It's possible. I don't see it happening. As long as the part of the Frontline ending is intact where M16 attacked William and ripped his arm off, William actually gets trauma from that. So he will never use dolls himself. I can see him actually... I guess it depends on how much of a fuck does he give towards the commander overall, right? Because we really care about killing William. But does William actually care about us? If William cares about us, then I can see him doing it out of spite. Tampering with one of our T-dolls, and then having them attack us in that way. But it really depends on if William actually cares about what we do, and I don't see any indication of that. The guy has a lot of enemies, and we're just another one on his list. Commander NTR Lunasia. Okay, that is... I actually completely forgot about that. Yeah, he could give a fuck. Because in Frontline 1, Lunasia really wants the commander, and William should know about that, because William was kind of pissed off that Lunasia wasn't being Lunasia, because she was never a fangirl for anyone except for him. Yeah, William in the cut chair. Yeah, that is true. That's actually very true. Yeah, he could spite us because of that. The new Elmo crew might get into a scuffle. Maybe. It depends on what point in time does that happen. But the original Elmo crew, they seem to have already settled in with liking their commander, except maybe Vepley. Vepley likes everyone, but she doesn't have a lot of time with the commander, so that is one thing. But Krolik is already neck deep with the commander at this point. The only one who could plausibly do something that isn't Groza is Nemesis. But I think even Nemesis is already neck deep in with the commander. Yeah, William's doing a lot of things, but I think so far in Frontline 2 he hasn't done anything. At least not yet. Okay, moving on. Let's see the replies here. There's any that. DP12 maybe. Because DP12 is part of Mondi security right now. Which is actually... No, actually, that's not going to happen. I just remembered that. Since DP12 has already went rogue to save Duchef Nanya. That's in her dusty memory. Okay. Next theory. I am from EN, or Global, so I don't know by the time. On Slow Shock, the Sanguis units are exploring Avernus and taking whatever fragment of information about Paradis. One of them is a recording of a Nito infiltrating the hospital where Kalinna is at. At the end of the recording, the Nito found her room, implying that she was abducted. So again, I don't know if this is already resolved, but if not, then what if Kalinna has been dead for 10 years by now and the one helping us is a Nito? Honestly, that'd be sick. So I've actually seen this theory crawl around for a bit too, and that's primarily because this is a dead plot point that is never resolved in Frontline 1. Like, we just kind of assume that Kalinna is okay by the end of it because she writes a letter to us. A very scathing letter, by the way. But she's fine nonetheless. So this one's pretty interesting. There is plausibility to this. And they have already shown that they can do full-blown disguises of human characters. So it is plausible. But I don't think they'll do this. I don't think they'll do this at all. That would be... Kalinna is literally one of the most beloved characters in all of the franchise. And honestly, so was Angie. She was also beloved. But she also kind of needed to go. That's kind of how her story was going anyways. But with Kalinna, like, Kalinna's, like, she's basically their mascot for Girls Frontline 1. She's not the mascot anymore for Girls Frontline 2, but man, that'd be a black pill, to be honest. To say that, hey, Kalinna is dead, and she's actually... Not even that Kalinna is dead, possibly, but rather she's even considered to be a character that they would off. That'd be a black pill to swallow. I just don't think they'll do that. I would rather say that this is a plot point that they just did not resolve for whatever reason. And so we're okay to just skip over it. But that door is open, where she could have been replaced with Anito. There's really nothing that that disqualifies this theory. Am I right? I can't think of anything that could disqualify this theory. Might have got rescued by 404. Yeah. That happens. I'm glad I didn't play. That's funny. Angeli death made me numb. Yeah, I feel like Angeli has always been set up to die in some way, though. Okay, let me read the chat real quick. At the end of PNC, by the way, I haven't fully played PNC yet. I have an account, but I've been doing a lot, so I haven't been able to complete the story on it yet. But at the end of PNC, the commander chose to win through this 90% death rate thing, but survived as if nothing happened and saved Magracia. Could it be M4A1's intervention, while in reality, Shiki-Kan had died a lot? So in reality, yes, Shiki-Kan has died a lot. Would that affect Project NeuroCloud Shiki-Kan? That one is a weird one, because I don't think Lunasia is mentioned at all in PNC, at least as far as I know. With the way how this works, she shouldn't be omnipotent, technically. I mean, she is practically omnipotent, nigh omnipotent. Like, I say omnipotent, it should be omniscient. She's nigh omniscient. But I don't think she would have access to Magracia. Not like that anyways. You think Mei Ling is going to get the same attention Kalinna got, or do you think she's going to be a relegated? Uh, so is Mei Ling going to be the new mascot, or will she just be a background character? They have some plot threads for her, particularly with the. Now I haven't really delved deep into Mei Ling, but I do believe she has. They didn't really get into her parents really so far. But she feels like she's in the same starting point as Kalinna, but I don't think she's going to be as popular as Kalinna, and I don't think she's going to be a character that is going to be as emphasized as Kalinna, because you can't really place Kalinna. I don't think she'll be a background character. I think she is important as a quote-unquote commander's daughter. But I don't think she'll be getting involved into anything dramatic. She's just too much of a crybaby for that. Mei Ling is too young to be waifu. She's 21. But she did basically raise her as a daughter, so there's that. Okay, next one. So yeah, this one is gut wrenching. I think this one's actually really good. But I don't think they're going to go that route for Kalinna. I think she's just way too important, and there is a thing where people have quit the game because someone died. Now, fortunately, Kalinna is not playable, so she is up for grabs. It could happen, but I just don't see it. I don't see them having the balls to do that. I'll put it that way. Next up, I'm thinking someone at Mika pitched to Yuzong that somewhere out there there's a T-doll with Andrew's consciousness. Could even be rugged to Eliana, possibly from breaking out of the like a cognition somehow. So this is also a pretty popular theory. It's not talked about much, but it's one of those things where this is a plot thread that they just did not resolve. Honestly, there's a lot of unresolved plot threads in Ghost Frontline 1 because of how rushed they were to get to the ending. So they were forced to pick and choose what storylines that they wanted to tell. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on what side of the aisle you're on, they decide to focus a lot on Nayla, as her being a successor to Martha, and her rejecting that. And that is supposed to be like a hopeful story. The story is pretty good, but there was an opportunity cost to that. Should that have been the story that they told instead of other things? Most people would say no, and I am also on that aisle as well. There was more stuff to talk about besides Nayla. But Nayla's story is still good, in my opinion. Now, as far as this theory is concerned, this is plausible. The problem is that Eliana went through a neural meltdown, so technically she shouldn't have a body right now either. As far as I know, she doesn't have a backup system. The fuck? She was going to be successful to Martha? Yes. The child form of Angie. There was a point It's a point in the past. I'm not sure if it was a kid or when Angie was a child though. I'm not too sure on that. Angie being around feels like cope. I understand that. Yeah, in Gross Frontline 1, not 1, but in Gross Frontline in general, all dolls are just robots. There's no human parts regarding them. It's all synthetic. I have not finished Reverse Collapse, so I don't know about Operation Kindle yet. Yeah, brain scans is one thing, but it's still robotic in nature. It's not like they have a human brain inside. It's just data pulled from a human brain, so it's still AI technically. All right, next one. Next theory. This one's also pretty good. I think this one's also plausible, just because it was a dead plot point and they didn't talk about it. Okay. Theory. There's a high possibility that the commander may not make it to the Verse Collapse, along with most essential dolls such as the AR team, Defy, and 404. The commander will have to unite the AR team, I'm assuming, and Groza Line 2 to attempt to kill William again, but will not succeed, even with the assistance of Lunasia. Perhaps something to do with restraining William's power mentioned in Reverse Collapse. By the end of Groza Line 2, Mika can decide whether to let the commander live or not, but it does not matter. Judging how the dolls behave in Reverse Collapse, the memory has been wiped again, similar to what happened to AA-12 with Operation Butterfly. Only with lesser known dolls and those who are not quite relevant to the lore is going to survive Groza Line 2. This one is a little weird. I just played Reverse Collapse, but I don't think... Yeah, I don't think the Griffin T-dolls that we meet actually got their memories reversed, are wiped. Because they were saying how much, like, oh, this is like old times, and someone actually name-dropped Betty's code name, which is IDW, which is a Griffin name. So I don't think their memories were wiped. IDW, yeah. So there is that. The ones who, the dolls we met didn't get wiped, yeah. But if there's any data around that says that any doll had white memories in Reverse Collapse, feel free to say so. Honestly, the dolls are like not at all the focus on a Reverse Collapse. But the ones we do meet, they definitely were not wiped. Now, as far as this whole theory is concerned, this is just a theory on what the ending will be, it seems like. So there is some plausibility to this because I do believe originally they did plan on ending the game at not CT, but the one before that. The name is catching a Singularity. Yeah, Singularity. They were originally going to end the game there, in the gotcha game there, and I believe that was going to be a point where everyone was literally going to die. So it's not like that they have any qualms with killing off people. I just don't think they're going to do it because it's not in their best interest. And I know this is kind of like a cop-out answer because technically we're talking about what the writers would do and not necessarily what makes sense lore-wise. But I think we do also have to factor that in as well, because they have tried a lot of things, but ended up having to do rewrites because the fans did not resonate with that. And I know there is the obvious thing that we're not going to talk about because we talk about it way too much. But for example, KJ in PNC. Originally, this is a theory, by the way, because I haven't seen any. I have not seen any data to back this up. I just seen how the writing changed. Originally, KJ wasn't supposed to be the commander. In fact, there's an ongoing theory that's still relevant today that KJ is a different commander, even though there is categorical evidence that shows that it is Groza Frontline 1 commander. But originally, I feel that they were supposed to be a different character entirely. But I think fans did not resonate with that. And I feel like the big reason for that is because you can still oath agents there. I believe they're called agents. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can still oath the dolls there, the AIs there, and they're essentially the same as the dolls in Groza Frontline 1. So it feels like cucking. And I think that is a big reason why they decided to make it the Groza Frontline 1 commander later on. So just going by that stuff, I don't believe they will do a thing where we will actually lose at the very end. I think it'll be a point, at the very least, it'll be a bittersweet ending where we lose against William. This is the worst case scenario. We lose against William, but then we keep fighting off screen, and then off screen wise, we would die. But I don't think it will happen in the game where the final event of the Groza Frontline 2 will be us storming William's castle and then losing. I don't think that'll happen. The time word is still confuses me. They've done a lot of gymnastics to get it to work, because it's right after CT and we have a 2-month period. I think it's 2 months where we don't do anything. And then they also said that Magracia has a way faster time moves way faster in Magracia. And that's how they make it work. It's right after CT? Yeah, it's right after CT. Oh, feel free to play, Doctor. Whatever information you want to put down, I'm more than happy for anyone to do that. Yeah, so Griffin goes through by Griffin I mean the actual PMC, by the way. They go through a really, really, really big event at their polarizing light, and it all but shows that the commander is the last commander standing. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Argblarg is correct. There's a lot of male characters in Girls Frontline that people really, really like. Except maybe China? Maybe? I'm not sure how they feel about that. But I know globally speaking, there's a lot of characters that we're fans of. Even Jaeger has fans. Despite him killing RO, which is a bitch move, but it is what it is. I think the only male character that people universally dislike is General Carter. Yeah, I respect Jaeger. Jaeger is a very human character. That's why I like him. The only thing I know is that two people that won't die is mainly the commander and William. Mainly because Lunasia wants the commander, while William is Lunasia's brother. Possibly. I'm saying possibly because Lunasia does seem to choose the commander over William. What happened to Kay? He got one line dedicated to him. He died actually. What are the chances the comments get the same ending as the comments get the same ending as Ange? She gets taken over by that person who took over the commander. Hmm? Oh, same ending as Ange. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. No, that's probably not going to happen. Because the only way that worked out in the first place is because Ange gave up at the end. She was convinced to go along with RPK 16's plot. Which, by the way, a lot of people, including myself, find that to be the wrong choice to make. And we primarily see that as her either being tired from being tortured, because that can happen, or she is completely out of character. It's one of those two. But if she was of sane mind, Ange would never allow RPK to take over. And the commander will 100% not allow his body to be taken over, especially by William. The entire fan base would have he's on in chains if William took over the commander's body. They stormed the castle. Did he mention where the name William came from? As far as I know, no. I don't think there's any real reason why the name William is being used. Yeah, Caffeinated Gamer. Yeah, that's exactly it. Okay, so next one. Sorry. I keep jumping between comments in the chat. Because you guys got a lot of interesting things to say. Oh, okay, here's a follow-up. Simply put, it should be a story of hopeless last attempt to kill William or stop him. Unless Mika has other plans with the commander, like resurrecting the commander at the reverse collapse or something. Resurrecting the commander at the reverse collapse. At this point, that is super plausible, but I don't see the reason why they would do that. If they decide to kill the commander and then revive him or her, what difference would that make in terms of the story, right? Maybe it would immortalize the commander, and that may be the only reason why they decide to do that. But, that seems to go against the entire theme. Well, one of the major themes of Ghost Frontline, which is mortality and accepting death. So I don't think they'll do that. But William is still in the win-win position in Ghost Frontline 2, or at least he should be. Walkman has a lot to worry about, as he is going to piss off a lot of high officials in Ghost Frontline 2, and won't be surprised if Kalinna were to have an accident later. Or sealed away later. Sealed away? Kalinna being sealed away, how? Yeah, let's just throw her into the Lake of Cognation, I guess. Maybe that's the thinking there. Agree. It seems to be a time step. T-Dot still used militarily. The reason why we saw a few T-Dots in the games because we're 6th generation military dolls that completely replaced frontline human infantrymen. Just a core fighting strength of Yarn and Sea. With that said, Mika could technically use that lower point for a new commander, or bring out the 50-year-old commander to be involved in sequel possibly. Yeah. So basically, this is Plague agreeing that William should win at the end of the day in Ghost Frontline 2. So overall, the idea of William winning at the end of it, or let's not even say winning, let's just say getting away with it at the very least. If William gets away with it in Ghost Frontline 2, that would fall in line with Code Bakery, 100%. The reason why I do not sign off on that and just go with that entirely is because we are dealing with timeline stuff. When there is multiple timelines going on, nothing is sacred. So even though we know for a fact, an actual fact, that William lives until 2090, it is not set in stone that he will live in Ghost Frontline 2, because Ghost Frontline 2 could be trying to change the timeline into something different. This is one of those things where I feel like I had to express this a lot, because people do see Code Bakery and say like, oh, so everything that we do in Ghost Frontline 1 and 2 is not going to matter because William is going to live. Well, not necessarily. Like literally Lunasia, literally M4 goes into Nirvana purely because she knows that is the only way to save the people she cares about, which includes the commander. So she herself is trying to change the timeline. So there's a lot of evidence that suggests that even though Code Bakery is a thing, it may get changed later on in Ghost Frontline 2. Could the commander be preserved in cryostasis? Possibly, but I don't see how that would lead to that. Like, it's possible, but I don't know the events that would lead to him getting frozen. You ever notice how William's able to improvise to change the timelines to stop. Yes, I noticed that too. Um, I'm not sure if that's an effect now though in Gross Frontline 2. If it is, then he should be winning no matter what. But yeah, it's been fairly obvious until they spelled it out that William was using it's probably sugar. William was using sugar to see what Jetty was doing the entire time and to provide counters to that. I basically got that after the first chapter. Like, I understood that very, very clearly, that there are two people fighting in the timeline, which is why Jetty keeps finding contradictions whenever she goes into the timeline again. What if Jetty is the reason Shiki-Kan is alive right now? I was going to immediately say no because she wasn't born, but we are dealing with the timeline. Actually, I still think that is a fact. I think she can't go as far back to when she was born because she has to use her own bodies. Yeah, there's someone that can. Yeah. There's someone else who can go back. What are the chances that at the time of reverse collapse, William has died several times? Some by Shiki-Kan but got revived, or cloned by himself, or the Prometheus Court. I think this is something I personally subscribe to. I think this already happened. At least in the Gross Frontline 2 version, where William died, but he's not dead, you know? Because the commander made 1,000% sure that he killed William. He said himself that he checked him multiple times, and that was the only reason why he felt comfortable with leaving Griffin. I don't think he was wrong, and I don't think he lied about that either. I do think William actually got killed off by the commander, but he found a way to resurrect himself. Or he had some backup plan in place. He had a clone or whatever. That is very plausible. As such, I do believe by the time of Reverse Collapse came out, he has died multiple times already. Oh yeah, Project Net. I don't think the story's actually confirmed, right? I think by the little blurb that we got at the beginning, it should involve different world lines. So it does confirm that we do have a quote-unquote multiverse going on. It's technically not a multiverse because it's more of a branching timeline type of thing. A very, very narrow branching timeline rather than a full-on multiverse. There's a big difference in scale between multiverse and timeline branches, right? So Project Net does confirm that. Now the question is more of, are they pulling that into the canon or not? I think that's a big thing. Had to go through plastic surgery. It's funny. I feel like Reverse Collapse is the Terminator universe. It's an endpoint. Gross Frontline 1 and Gross Frontline 2 are M4 and M16 trying to change things. Yeah, I'm not sure if M16 is actively trying to change things. It feels more like she's just trying to save her sister the entire time, or protect her sister at the very least, but M4 definitely. Yeah, Project Net might be much smaller in scale, but I also think there are some. This is just a pure conjecture. I think there may be some regrets when it comes to Project NeuroCloud because it's so separated from the main story that people do not find the need to actually play that game, even though in my opinion the game is good. So I think they may actually link it to the main story just so there is some added incentive to try the game out. Reverse collapse collab. Yeah, NeuroCloud is mid. It's okay if you have that opinion. It's definitely an acquired taste type of thing. I personally didn't like it until I unlocked Auto Battle. Once Auto Battle was actually a thing, that's when I started liking it. Before then, it was extremely tedious and I hated playing it. Yeah, Project NeuroCloud felt more like a story that was meant to focus on the characters entirely and not this big plot with the world and all the dangers involved in it. It's supposed to have its own slice where you're supposed to have more fun with it. The only real acknowledgement Project NeuroCloud has is not in Ghost Frontline 1 at all, but in Ghost Frontline 2, the commander already know that 416's name is Kukai. He already knew that, and he shouldn't know that without Project NeuroCloud involved. Didn't like it even in Auto Battle. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, I can see why people don't like Project NeuroCloud. At least not in terms of gameplay. I can see why people don't like it. I do. I like it more than Starseed in terms of gameplay, and I think that might be why I say NeuroCloud is good, because I like it more than Starseed. Yeah, personal development knowledge, yeah. What do you think will happen to the contract the commander signs? You mean the Mephisto contract? I think it's gonna get nullified. I think what's going to happen is that once the commander delivers one of the pseudo fully immune individuals, Kalinna will be able to make a case to Namfa where she will be able to freeze or at least lift the contract because of how involved the commander is. I think that may be the thing that they're going for. Yeah, and technically it's already been broken, but it can be can be argued that this was all happenstance, and that he met the dolls by pure luck, by pure coincidence, and that would not be a breach of contract. That argument can be made. Burned and shot by Springfield. Okay, let me go back to the comments. Antarctic Union comes out of isolation next year in Groza 2 storyline. We're the ones who caused the tanker incident. So the Antarctic Union comes out of isolation by next year. I'm assuming next year in real time, just by the wording of this post. I don't think that can happen yet. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that can happen yet. Because if the Antarctic Union comes out, then that's when the war happens. It means next year in game time. It's weird wording, in my opinion. But yeah, if it's next year in game time, then yeah, that makes sense. The war lasts from 2089 to 2094. Yeah. Okay. So there is a lapse, or a gap, before the war happens. Okay. All right, so that means there is a lot of backing to this theory. And yeah, now that I actually read it again, yeah, that's just my brain being silly. Maybe it's my ADHD, I don't know. But yeah, next year in Groza 2 storyline. Yeah, that makes sense. And we're the ones that caused the tanker incident. This is a MGS2 reference, I'm assuming. So there is some incident that we do that causes the AU to pop out of hiding, or to come out. I'm wondering what type of event that would need to be in order for that to happen. Why does individuals immune to class racism also have disabilities like time manipulation and dimensional traveling? That's not in there by default. That's only there because of relics. They're just operating the relic technology, and they have the right genetics in order to do that. And being a fully immune individual gives you those genetics. The majority of theory is just betrayal. Yeah. But okay. Yeah, I'm still wondering what that tanker incident, the quote-unquote tanker incident could be for the commander. That one, I don't really know what it could possibly be, other than like a whistleblow or something. Like how RPK tried to do, but yeah, I don't think that's going to happen with the commander. It would be funny if the commander becomes part of AU. It kind of depends, right? I think that one is very plausible. I don't think he would be part of AU because I think he just values his individuality way too much. But could he work with AU? I can see that. Especially if it means that he could take on William. Yeah, the thing is, the commander's not looking to be neutral. He's looking to kill William, and William is part of the. Well, he's working with the UNNC at the very least. In operation. No, fuck you, I'm killing him. Yeah, basically. Hey, if that becomes a meme, I'm all for that. Okay, moving to the next theory. Ooh, Sexton's one. Sexton's is just another backup, just in case file. Okay, let me read that again. Sexton's is just another just in case backup file for William. Likely has two separate neural clouds, one being Sexton's, the other being a copy of William's mind. Primary Sexton's cloud likely has to be destroyed to activate the William one. Sextons will realize this at some point and attempt to find and kill the real William to prove that they are the original. This will fail, but further fuels William's fear of dolls he develops in reverse collapse. No, fuck you and killing William merge. This is a pretty well thought out one, in my opinion. This is a well thought out theory. Two separate neural clouds, though. That one's pretty weird. Instead of two separate neural clouds, it's better to say that you have the neural cloud and then the Ogus. This wouldn't be an Ogus in this case, but it'd be something similar to that. Hey, Turn Goes, how's it going? Just reading through the crazy theories. So if there is a William inside Sextons, and that is acting as the voice or the Ogus, this can be possible. The thing is, I believe, it's been a while since I read the event, but I believe the voice in Sexton's head sounds the exact same as Sexton's, if I remember right. But they do mention a he in quotation marks, which should be William, probably, most likely. So I don't think we're going towards the William is inside Sexton's head theory, but I do think there is an agent of William, an Ogus-like system inside Sextons. Is it possible the commander has a neural cloud now? Huh? I mean, Groza having memory issues in the current. A neural... You mean a backup system? Yeah, he has a backup system. Lunasia could use Sextons. It depends on if William is still using the Ogus system. It has been 10 years. So he could have changed his system by that point. And it also depends on if William is still gunning for reviving Lunasia. the tanker incident people are talking about with regards to the Hollow City refers to a tanker being hijacked in Australian waters. Oh, okay. So an actual tanker incident. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, like I said, I have not finished Reverse Collapse, so if you bring up Reverse Collapse, I'm going. That's my blind spot right now. Which is why I'm trying to finish the game, because you guys keep mentioning Reverse Collapse, and I'm like, I really need to finish Reverse Collapse. That way I can keep up with these theories. His new company mostly fucked. Will the commander clone himself to make sure he kills William? No. Based on his personality, no. That won't happen. The commander values mortality a lot. He has been asked multiple times if he had a chance to revive Angelia, would he take it, and he said no. And the same thing with Moklian, which we haven't talked about yet in the summary, but Moklian is also a very important character that shapes the commander going forward. And Lunasia says that she is able to revive Moklian. So, would he be happy if she did that? And he said no, he would not. Would he extend his own life to kill William? That is more plausible. But would he take it is the question. I don't think he would consciously do so. If it happened, it would be by accident. I'm curious if the commander actually died in the tank and was resurrected. Huh, that is an interesting theory. If the commander actually died in the tank but was resurrected and his memories were changed, and all the dolls also have their memories altered for that as well, just to pull in the facade or keep up the facade. That's the way it could work. That's a pretty crazy crackpot theory. That's correct, Yellow. His body was not found. Dandelion's body was found because nature took over Dandelion for that. So Dandelion's body was found. It's funny that his main friend group is dolls. Well, the reason why his main friend group is dolls is because all his human friends keep dying. But as far as his theory is concerned, just looking back at the Sextons having an August-like entity in her head, I believe that's pretty much already proven. It's because we've seen it happen with Groza's deep dive into her level 3. Now, Sexton's trying to kill William because she wants to be the original. This one is on the wild side. This is this is hinging on the theory that is actually William's consciousness inside Sextans. I think this can still happen, but it'd be more us Sextans denying or rejecting William's will. Okay, moving on. I am a global server only fellow, so I don't know what happened to Girls 101's ending. But I have a small theory that Martha Mittner is the one pulling Paradis' strings currently in William's apparent absence. Not groundbreaking, but still interesting, consider the possibility that she's still around, and she's the one who built Paradis back up from the state we left them in Ghost Frontline 1. So there is a big issue with this one. There's a huge issue with this one. The people who have played Girls Frontline 1 from the server, or from the Chinese server, will know why this is a huge problem. So I won't go into that because of spoilers, just for this guy's sake. But if you know, you know. The commander founds the Global Rescue Foundation. This is actually a growing sentiment that I've seen. This is a very big sentiment. And it makes a lot of sense. Let's look at the reply. GF was found in 2775, so it actually is quite possible. Yeah. So, the only real issue that I see with the commander founding a foundation is just that it'll pull him into politics. Honestly, if you played Fire Emblem before, and you played Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, the commander is like Ike. Ike is like a really good dude. Everyone, like literally everyone loves him. The only who hates him are evil people, literally. But the guy sucks at politics. He hates politics. He just wants to be on the front line and kill the bad guys. So the commander is like Ike in that way. I'm not sure if he's able to push papers like that. The only way it will happen is if someone is willing to do the back end, which is possible, by the way, because there's still Kalinna and Kruger. And Hellion, for that matter. So maybe they transform Griffin into GRF? That's a pretty wild theory. M4 comeback. It's much of an idealist to not join an organization like GRF. It does sound like his thing. I will say that much. I can see him joining it, but founding it without Kalinna and Kruger to do all the backlogging, that one's gonna be different. Yeah, Griffin was downsized by a lot. I am not sure if they actually had to split their personnel into different PMCs, but they were definitely downsized, and a lot of their military power was confiscated by the UNC. So again, this is a growing theory. With more and more people playing Reverse Collapse and stuff like that, this is one of those things that seems natural for the commander, especially with the way how Girls Frontline 1 plays out with this ending. This can make sense. And it does make sense. This is a good theory. Not a Girls Frontline 1 player, so I might sound silly and miss a bunch of things, but mine is, Kalinna actually has part of the commander's genes in her. Since they were basically this super military genius, so I hope they pull off a Metal Gear Solid on us. The Les Vons Terribles. The Les Vons Terribles. I don't think so. I am going to entertain the thought. So here's the thing. The commander's really, really good. Like, StakeTech knows that, URNC knows that, a lot of people know that. But by the end of the day, the commander is no one special. Biology-wise, I mean. He doesn't have a lot going on. He's just a dude. And even though wherever he goes, he ends up making some very, very, very big plays, he's not... He has main character energy, but he doesn't have Mary Sue energy, if you know what I mean. He's not so important that he's big boss. He's not building an entire nation, right? He's not trying to uphold some legacy. He doesn't have like a huge group of people that are following him. There are dolls, but dolls are not the same as humans. There's a lot that Big Boss had to do in order for the people to treat him as a messiah. The commander is not being treated as a messiah. He's just being treated as a really good guy, more or less. There's a lot of moving parts in Girls Frontline. And ultimately, the commander is a small fish in an ocean. So I don't think they would... I don't think they'll find some cum jar with the commander's sperm in it and make clones. Or put in genes of within Helena. I don't think that's going to happen. If not us, then she's somewhat tied to an important character from 1. Going by reverse collapse, she can be tied to someone, but I don't know who that would be. Because the way how they had to make the first Helena, and that's usually through procreation. So the original Helena, before all the clones, there should be a mother somewhere. But we don't know who that mother would be. Yeah, that's true. I just got through that part of the story. She only had 2 kids. At least that's as far as I gotten. Maybe she had a 3rd kid somewhere, but that she probably was one of the clones, right? In theory, do you think the commander ever finds love or is married to war? So in Diane's event, they go into the commander having a lover. Dandelion says that the commander has too many types, which is why he can't choose someone. So he's not necessarily married to war, it's just that he likes a lot of people. And by his nature, he doesn't want to tie the knot with someone, because that'll hurt the other people that he knows are into him. Yeah, harem protag. He's probably in one of these files, to be honest. I don't think he's actually said. I don't think he's actually mentioned in the actual game, but he's probably in the files somewhere. I haven't looked into all of them yet, though. Alright, next up. M4A1/Lunasia has split up, and M4A1 has returned to the world. Let me read this again. Lunasia, M4A and Lunasia has split up. M4A1 has been returned surface from Dandelion, while Lunasia is still out there somewhere. Out there somewhere is probably Nirvana. So this... humoring this theory that the two have split up, because I know a lot of people want them to split up, because they don't want Yandere Lunasia. The only way this will work is if someone actually replaces M4A1 and is a compatible replacement. That's literally the only way that can work. And as far as we know, there's nothing in the game that also can do what M4A1 does. She is literally the only one. And the only one who is actively trying to find a replacement would be William. But even then, William was happy that Lunasia was revived, but he was not happy that Lunasia was not the Lunasia that he knew. So I don't think he was trying to find a replacement Lunasia anyways. He just wanted to get rid of that portion that wasn't the Lunasia that he remembered. So this theory mostly can't work, because if M4A1 is gone, then Lunasia is just a husk. She just stands there and does nothing, because she has no desire without M4A1. M4A1 is the heart of Lunasia. And then we get Yandere M4A1. Jetty, his sister? Yeah, he does say that, yeah. Question: how does Dandelion know Lunasia is watching the commander and kind of being alive? They're connected. They're connected through the Ogre system still. Well, maybe not the Ogre system, but they're connected through their souls, more or less. It's the same way how she does it with anyone who has the Ogre system. Parita should have an Ogre system because she's able to communicate with Lunasia. And different Nidos are also able to talk to Lunasia as well. That's correct, Yellow. The core deadline is permanently stuck in M4A1. That's correct. Alright, so next one. I don't know how to say that name. Mess with Nirvana, and this is a alternate timeline from both Frontline 1 and Reverse Collapse, because Dandelion decided to do a little trolling. Oh, someone messed with Nirvana. Okay. That's what someone messed with Nirvana. And this is an alternate timeline from Frontline 1 and RC. This goes into what I said about the ending, and it really depends on what's going on with that. The ending goes on 1, I mean, because as I just said through here, the world in which the key dies is the only true world. So in Groza Frontline 1, Lunasia dies, and so that should be the only true world, and all remaining threads will fade into nothingness. Or into non-existence is what she says here. So that is the only real issue with that theory. Oopsie, not that one. But if you ignore that, or you say that changes have happened, then yes, it is possible that someone messed with Nirvana, and honestly, that would be Lunasia herself if you messed with Nirvana. What if Lunasia was not the true key? Everything points to that not being the case. Lunasia should be the true key. And by the way, they made what the key is really, really confusing towards the end of it. Because I know a lot of people were like, what the fuck even is the key? How's the commander holding the key in the first place? And honestly, they are right to be confused, because earlier on they made it very clear what the key actually was. The key was just M4A1 because she is the perfected vessel, and so she was the key to reaching Nirvana. That's all that really meant. But then as they started throwing out the term key for other different things, and somehow now the commander is holding a key, and that's not how that works. Oh yeah, and RPK is saying that she's the false key, and I was like, what does that even mean? Yeah, they kind of treated the term key like how they used to treat the term Ogus. Look at that on my key ring. But yeah, I think they kind of just end up to use the term key like how to use the term Ogus, because Ogus also has multiple meanings within Groza Frontline 1 as well. There is the original Ogus, that's the relic. There's the Ogus that the Soviets made, and then there's the Ogus derivatives. And so stacking on terms like that just made it extremely confusing. And I think they did the same thing with the term key. So info when Lunasia is false? No, she's the real key. She's the true key. What chance this happened again with Groza being the key? It's possible. The thing is that we have no real idea what happened with Groza. What is a key anyways? So it depends on which one you're thinking about. Originally, the key was just that you had access to relics. You were a key in that sense. And in M4's case, she was the key to accessing Nirvana. Could be a translation issue? Possibly. That's always up for debate, yeah. What if Nemesis is a key? She's part of Paradis, but a lot of stuff would have to happen for her to be a key. Well, we need a lot more data in order for her to be considered a key. And so far, she's not showing that data. Okay, next one. Oh, okay. Theories. Alright. God damn it. God damn it, Doc. We got time. We got time. A lot of people are theorizing that William resurrects himself with Paradis tech, which is an understandable viewpoint, which I have. Which is with what we have. Yeah, I also subscribe to this theory that he resurrects himself with Paradis tech. I could theorize, however, see it from the opposite standpoint based on how he ages. Inverse Collapse is recognizably in his 40s, which is consistent with how he is seen as a teenager in 2064. So I personally believe he is still a normal human throughout the story. If he resurrected himself with Paradis tech, he will most likely not age this way based off of how Lunasia-M4 doesn't seem to age in appearance compared to her photos from the 2050s. You can see in a report Agent K makes during that time in Reverse Collapse Secret Docs. I'm more leaning to Lunasia messing around with world creation, where she creates a world attempt and dissolves it until she reaches one that extends the commander's fate longer, to then integrate into the main timeline but with a cost. So basically, what this theory is leading up to is that Lunasia is just splicing timelines together to make the best possible outcome. I'm not sure she has that power. I know she's able to see all timelines, and she's able to, as long as she has a body, she's able to interact with those timelines. And the only reason why she interacted with the Groza from like one timeline, the one that we are in, is because it was one of the two best possible outcomes for the commander. There was one outcome where the commander died, but Angelia lives, and she fights for the commander, and she's able to reach a point where we got the same results, but it's Angelia instead of the commander. And then we have our timeline where Angelia dies. Obviously, Lunasia chose the one where the commander lives because she's biased. Can relics do time manipulation? They can, yes. She does have that power. You can see the model Ferrari made. Let me see. Let me check that. Here, let me just make sure this pops up correctly. Disclose reality. Fountain to the king. Yeah. Nadia's fountain goes to like a cognition to singularity. Okay, this is one suggesting that she has the same power that Jetty would have, more or less. And if that's the case, then yes, she would be technically splicing. Technically, or practically splicing. There's two. One explains how the world works. Okay, let me check on that. It's a lot of arrows. Yeah, this goes Frontline. Oh, the forking paths theory. Yeah, I've seen this before. Yeah, the forking paths theory. Okay, I understand this. I stared a little bit. But I understand what this is saying. Here. Let me throw this one up. This is the forking paths theory. Which, is that the official name for a theory like this? I think this is just a branching storyline, or branching multiverse theory, but this one, it's more specific. Oh. Yeah, the George Louis Borges, okay. So basically this is saying there are pivotal moments where a person makes a pivotal choice, and there is a timeline where a person makes that choice, and it creates a new timeline. And then there is another choice that they make that can make another timeline. And if there is a failure, then that timeline is quote unquote deleted because the anchor is gone. So when there is a success, that timeline continues on. So this is based on if the timeline has an anchor. And reverse collapse case is Jeffy. Whenever Jeffy dies, that timeline ends and it goes into a try again scenario. Oh well, let me put it this way instead, because it's actually more complicated than that. So I got a question for you guys. Do you guys play or do you at least read the Fate, the Fate Stay Night visual novels? Do you guys read that? Sorry, no. That's fine. I'm only asking because I want to use the use that as a reference. So there is a sequel to Fate Stay Night where there is it's called Fate Hollow Ataraxia, and there was a scenario in that case where the main character, his name is Emiya. He was stuck in like a 5-day time loop, I want to say. It's either 5 or 3 days. I can't remember which one. But there was some things going on that didn't actually make it an actual time loop. It wasn't Groundhog's Day. And Ren actually explained in that game, or in that storyline, that they weren't doing a time loop. There was just multiple timelines where there was an entity of the main character trying to get to the end, and if there was at any point where Emiya dies, it goes back to the host, and the host then has more knowledge on how they died, and so the rest of the Emiyas are able to avoid that fate. Fate Stay is a better example. I haven't played I haven't played that one. I only know Fate Stay Night and Ataraxia. So Ren explained it as you're a player and you're playing multiple games at the same time. And whenever there is a game over, you can use that knowledge to play the rest of the games correctly. That's pretty much what is happening with Reverse Collapse. At least that's how I interpret it as. Because Jeffy says that all the Jeffys that she jumps into have their own lives. It's similar to quick saving. Yeah, basically that. Safe's coming. Basically playing a roguelike, yeah. Yeah, so that's how I see this whole thing. Honestly, I forgot why we got onto this. Oh yeah, it's because of Plague's theory, yeah. That Lunasia is doing all of this, more or less. And she has the same ability as Jeffy. Pandora? Kind of? She said she's a false key. So obviously she didn't have that same sort of... It's more limited in scope, I would say. But yes, she did do that on Angelia. But I don't think she did it on the grand scale that Lunasia and Jeffy can do. M4 is going through infinite hell. Basically, yeah. She also has some cheat codes too, because she's also able to jump to any Nito. So she's also omniscient, practically omniscient in that matter. and this was all staged by Paradis, so she has those extra things going on for her. But okay, going back to the theory at hand. Sorry for that deviation. There's actually a lot to talk about. I love talking about this stuff. So basically, you can boil this down to Lunasia is basically safe scumming the entire time, trying to get a perfect timeline. One where their commander lives, and one where William is also alive. We know that the commander's fate is quite short right now with the events of Frontline 1, despite everything M4 did to change it. So Lunasia would probably have to sacrifice something in the timeline to change our fate in the main timeline. Similar to how Jetty made a deal with the Gods Project Lunasia, to lose her body and give it to her in exchange to borrow the world attempt powers back from her after losing them after their operation where she led the AU. Okay, that's just background, okay? So as far as this theory is concerned, I am inclined to believe this. Well, I would say there are some issues with this, primarily because of Groza Frontline 2 not connecting with Groza Frontline 1 very well. So the matter of the commander being damn sure that William died, that throws a wrench into this. Because if Lunasia made changes, then the commander should know that William is still, that he didn't kill William. So the whole concept of this, I like it. It's just the main premise of William still being just a normal dude and not resurrecting himself. That is an issue that is presented between Groza Frontline 1 and 2 not connecting correctly. Right, so I think this is another one. Groza being a Trojan horse for the team is very well possible with how she is behaving, and a Zerkro event also makes her more suspicious, which could create a path for her to betray us later on. However, I'm slightly doubting myself with the Trojan horse theory, as I originally thought Groza's memory was the way it was due to a traumatizing experience she had with a little girl during her time around the zones. I remember that. I saw it in one of the PVs for the memory system. It was in Chinese, but it seemed that with the way it was presented, it is what caused Groza to break down and later be found by the commander. We're not sure if, as it was a PV after all. It's like 2 years old. Okay, so let's look at that, because I don't think a lot of people know this either. Give me a second. So there should be a PV that many people don't know about. I wonder if it's still up, actually. Okay. Let me just change the sound real quick. Here, do that. I'm sure you guys can hear it.
你近期接到的任务中，可能会经常出现某个名词“红洋葱”，你应该听到过。如果我没弄错，红洋葱也许是什么更加危险。不，还是等有更明朗的情报再联络我吧。这一次，我不想再失去希望守护的对象。
这些卫兵的心智数据过于干净了，看起来就仿佛是 被清洗过。尽管如此，还是遗漏了一些信息。主力部队即将抵达，必须尽快清理掉人性残骸，隐藏我的访问痕迹。只要我能安全返回，把目前获得的数据交给帕。
小姐，要来点新鲜红洋葱吗
The red onion
尝试，满意再付款也可以哦。
谢谢你，但我暂时不需要。
警告：发现任务目标。
请你去死好不好？这让我太……
闪电，你在干什么？
任务已完成，任务成功，目标已达成，任务成功，任务成功，任务失败，
任务失败，意味着会被……
小姐，要来点新鲜红洋葱吗？免费尝试，
还是
满意再付款也可以哦。
闪电，你在干什么？我不想再失去希望守护的对象。
任务失败，任务失败，
请你去死！
闪电，你怎么在这里？
Groza got traumatized by an onion. Yeah, this is all in her dusty journal. So basically, this is suggesting that she was so traumatized that she was no longer usable by StateSec. I don't think that's the case, though. But there's definitely a whole thing about the red onion. So this is still a relevant story. Because her journal is basically all about finding out what this red onion is. Persica warns her about it. Are we sure it's Persica? Because the ongoing theory for that is M16 warning her about that, not Persica. Yeah, she was definitely warned about it. Yeah, red onion seems to be more like a wiping virus. It's likely that, yeah. But I know she was on a big investigation with StateSec, trying to find out what this red onion is. She was warned about the red onion to not get too close about it. And then there was a big time lapse within the journals where we just don't know what happened. We just know that she was in like a body of dead dolls, and then her mind got wiped. Or not a body of dead dolls, but she was going through. She just went through a fight or something like that. And then her mind was wiped afterwards. And yeah, this is where the Trojan theory comes from, yeah. That and the whole Sextons thing. Also, her jump scare moment in the recent event where she kills the commander in her dream. Like I said, there's a lot of evidence that is showing that she's going to betray us, which is why I think is a red herring. Yeah, the text was red. I was surprised by that. I feel like when you it's a common trope, a common writing style to make things so obvious that it's not actually what's going to happen. Which is why I am confident in saying that Groza is not going to betray us. It's going to be a twist to that. And I think has more to do with Sextons than anything else. Yeah, you make stuff so obvious that you hide the real plot twist, yeah. How about when she got put into a new frame, she was repeating that phrase? That would be... So, with the way how that would work, the commander would have had to update her neurologs after he got her in some dumpster somewhere, I don't know where. So, she would be rebooted in a state where she would be repeating those lines of dialogue over and over again. So she's always going to be quote unquote infected with the virus or whatever it is. And yeah, Mei Ling is human. Okay. So I kind of talked about the whole Trojan horse thing, so we can move on from that. It is pretty much the most popular theory going on right now. Now, I didn't realize this until I looked back at the game. Kalinna looks oddly very similar to the one in Reverse Collapse. She is. Yeah, she looks very similar. Kalinna's full name is Kalinna Martin, but she was also called Kalinna Oberstein before marriage. And she was married to Philip Martin in the game, with both working on the Three Goddess project. See, this is why I play Reverse Collapse, because this has been a huge spoiler. Lena also claims her father in the game. Mendel's her son, by the way. Anyways, it would be interesting if the Kalinas we see in Ghostline 2 could be related to the Kalina we see in Reverse Collapse during research on Relatech. Maybe the Helena clones were based off of her. It's possible. She could have been one of the Helena clones. I think we're in that correct time frame where that is possible. But yeah, the ages don't match up entirely, but it's in that ballpark, I want to say. Solid Helena, liquid Helena, solid Helena. Yeah, we just don't know a lot about Helena as is. We don't know if she was immortalized or if it is like the the Solid Snakes, the Snake Project, Les Enfants Terribles, where they have a quick aging. Yeah, accelerated aging. There's a lot that could make this work, but with what we know right now, the dates don't match up. It's just within the ballpark where you can make an explanation where it can work. Sometimes the red herrings play straight like Red Shoes and Nikkei. That is true. They did play that one very straight. The twist in that one for Red Shoes, just a tangent, I'm sorry, but I love Nikkei. The twist for that one was just how fucking insane Red Shoes was. That was the twist. There was no reason for her to actually do that, to do what she did, other than her being an actual lunatic by definition. And that's my theories. I also want to list some things that people are using verse collapse as part of their theories. Okay, so yeah. Classical is considered non-canon. Okay, another one isn't a sister con. Yeah. Other beings in Nirvana that appear in a physical form inside the world and the actual Earth aren't necessarily the beings themselves. There's more stuff in the person with all the past memories and info, like a doll uploaded with data, but the doll is human pretty much. That's why Jethine vs. Collapse doesn't fully remember everything her being did in Nirvana, and why it takes some time for each world attempt to trust the memories she received. And the same problem seen here we can apply to Lunasia. Yeah. Okay, that's all good stuff. It's a lot of text, but we got through it. That's a lot of good stuff. Okay, next up. My theory, number one, is that the commander will end up being the fully immune human. Since Lunasia is a goddess, I don't know extent to her abilities, but maybe before departing, she granted the commander that full immunity or longer youth. So I understand where this is coming from, but I say this is more of like a lack of knowing what Lunasia can actually do. She isn't like literal god, as she can't god mod the game, right? She still has rules that she has to abide by. So she can't just say commander is now she can't change the properties of the commander. She can't do that. She isn't going to make the commander a immortal being with 2 guns for hands, right? She can't do that. So the fully immune human thing, or the fully immune individual, that's done by science. It's not done by magic, more or less. There may be a timeline where the commander can be genetically modified into that, but Lunasia will never allow that. That's just not in her character. Right. Theory 2 is about Groza. Something that someone has gotten in their head, which is extracting information about their moves. Okay, so this one is the Trojan horse thing, but instead of her betraying us, she's just being used as a listening device, as a tracker. This one, I can see happening. But I also feel like they would have found it by now, with all of the checks that Mei Ling does. Basically, if this one can happen, they would need a damn good explanation as to why they never figured this out. Especially once Groza starts showing signs of not feeling well, more or less. Lunasia has really put Groza in the god chair. I mean, technically she does. She can say scum her way into doing that, yeah. Fix bug where William was renamed Billiam. That's true. Dandelion has the ability, as she doesn't say everything up front to the commander. No, she's rooting for him and she's trying to guide him along the way. But sometimes guiding people involves omitting information. Right, next up, I have a theory that Varyagers are former soldiers of NATO and the Neo-Soviet Union. It depends on... Since Groza 2 takes place in 2074, around April, I have possibility that some of the people who are living in both the Western and Eastern Europe either do not agree with the UNC or simply do not trust the UNC alongside with the pan-European alliance, and especially the Neo-Soviet Union after what happened in World War III. Also, it might be worth noting that people may not agree with Rosartrism ideology. They definitely don't. They absolutely do not. AKA the one world government, where people live in society to ensure mankind's survival. So basically, think of communism, fascism, and feudalism and mix them together, and that's how Rosartrism works. Yeah, basically, yeah. As such, it makes sense if you're people dislike agreeing with the ideology itself and why Varyagers are the antagonist faction of Frontline 2. Okay, so he goes into another theory after that, but Varyagers being former soldiers of NATO and NSU is pretty interesting. So he is 100% correct that Rosartrism is pretty extreme. Actually super extreme if you really think about it. And the main problem with resisting Rosartrism is basically that all the world powers have agreed to become Rosartrist. So it's now a David versus Goliath situation where the people who are against Rosartrism will always be painted as evil. Because why would you not want to go for world peace, right? If the world comes together, this is the basis of Rosartrism. If the world comes together and able to live in harmony, then why would you not want that? So the people who are against Rosartrism will automatically be painted as enemies. And the way how they handle them is to kill them. So there isn't going to be any negotiations when it comes to Rosartrism. In order to become a new world order, everyone has to play ball. So Varyagers being former soldiers of NATO and the Neo-Soviet Union, it would make a lot of sense, and it would also explain why they're so big within the European area anyways. They're probably not in America. America has their own thing going on. The world comes together and uses pay reduce. Yeah. Another theory is that I believe that Varyagers are against Rosartrism, the UNC, and brief. Personally, I believe that there's reason why attacking the Yellow Zone settlements and convoys is not just random. I believe the Varyagers are trying to build an army as evident as other assault mechs and firepower. I'm pretty glad that Frontline has enough going on that we can talk about things like this and it has some tangible evidence for that. Because I was honestly expecting just basically this whole comment section would be just about Lunasia and Groza, to be honest. But to top up the Varyagers, yeah, this is very interesting. A very interesting theory, and I'm inclined to believe it. Because why would... I guess there's two lines of thought, right? The Viagers could just be like a bunch of thugs that were not able to get into the green zone, and so they stole their way into surviving. That's one theory. The other theory is that they actually were former military men, and they're just going against Resartrism. And so if they're stealing convoys to build an army, or not stealing convoys, but if they're stealing things from the Yellow Zone in order to build an army to fight against the UNC, that gives them a bigger role to play. Although ultimately small, because they're just not big enough to warrant any issues. And yeah, the other thing is that it could just be bandits too. But I do like this theory that Viagers are a group of former soldiers trying to go against the UNC. I think the Viagers are quite organized. There are just bad actors, and usually the bad actors are the ones that are fighting. Those are the ones that we run into. I kind of made this theory because I think they're straight up fighting the UNC. They are. But that could also be because the UNC are just that resourceful that it's worth stealing from them. And also the UNC aren't that organized themselves either because of how large they are. Yeah, we haven't actually seen how the Viagers actually live. If we ever get to that point, I think we can make some more tangible theories based off of that. But I do like where this theory is going. I like it a lot. Thanks for taking the time to make this. This one is good. Preeta is some form of fork. A fork? Basically a derivative of dandelion or ocus. I think this is well founded, but at this point, I don't think we can say she's based off of dandelion. That one would be that one falls into more crackpot theory. But just because she's able to talk to Lunasia, she must have an ocus system inside her. Like, there's just no other way around that. That's baked into the lore. So this one is less of a theory and more of like there's enough evidence to say that this is the case. The UNC is very organized on a public level, but when it comes to those fringe cases, they're not that well organized, and that's literally because they're just so large. They can't keep track of everything. Lunasia is somehow in Groza. So this is another popular theory. I say the only one more popular than this theory is just Groza being eventually betraying us. And yeah, it does have evidence for this too, because whenever Groza dies, or quote unquote dies, their butterflies are always involved. So there is the opening cutscene. And by the way, the opening cutscene is very interesting, if I'm honest. Because the opening cutscene actually has Preeta. But when we get to that stage proper in the actual main story, Rita does not show up to help out the Elmo team. So I've always wondered, was that due to a change in writing? Was that a rewrite? Or was it something else going on there? Was that another timeline reset? Well, quote unquote timeline reset. Like, was Groza dead at that point? And so Lunasia had to do some splicing to fix that? Yeah, Parita still does help out, but she helps out in a different way. That is, well, basically, she doesn't reveal herself in the main story, but she reveals herself in the opening. Because they forgot because they mentioned Parita help them. Yeah, Parita helped them through the walkie-talkie or communication device in the main storyline. But in the opening, she actually shows up and fights um, the security in order to help the Elmo crew, which is a much different way to debut yourself, right? That's drastically different. So with Lunasia somehow being in Groza, the big keyword here is somehow. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we just don't have the evidence that would suggest that. With the exception to the red onion theory, where the red onion is actually a virus, and that virus could have planted an Ogus inside Groza, or something Ogus like. The main prerequisite for this to work is that there must be an Ogus system inside any T-doll that would be quote unquote hacked by Lunasia. That is a baked in lore point that must happen. Printer seems to intervene from the shadows. She will eventually be part of the Elmo crew. That shows it in her dusty memory. And it's also in the opening of the game as well, where she eventually becomes, well, not opening game, but opening trailer, the debut trailer. So she'll eventually pop out of the shadows. It's just not right now. Instead, the helicopter happened. Yeah. Yeah, Sexton's might have our Sexton's level 3 might have done something with Groza as well. That's possible. But if we're also accounting for the blue butterflies in the opening, then it would have had to have happened before she hacked into Sexton's. 40 and 45 could handle it. Yes. Although 45 was programmed to die. Not 45, but 40 was programmed to die. They can handle the Oga system, but their bodies are so weak that it doesn't mean much for them. Maybe the consciousness of Groza is Lunasia. I don't think so. The reason why I'm saying I don't think so is because I feel like if that was the case, then Groza would be doing a lot more stuff to prevent tragedy. Which isn't happening right now. Yeah, the blue butterflies is symbolism, but it's also tied to Lunasia. Okay, moving on from that one. Oh, Realm's at the end. Okay. The next one. Shiki-Khan will not live past the event of Ghost Frontline 2, be it to save our dolls or some important people around us. Due to William or Paradus, they feel like the Atom Smasher to our Edge Runners. We're not going to show up. They're going to show up later. Unified Pacific is going to end the only way it can. Yeah, so this is also a popular theory. That the commander will die after the event of Ghost Frontline 2. This can really only go two ways. One, technically three ways with the current theory. One way is he dies in battle. The other way is he is still fighting in reverse collapse, but he just never shows up in the story. And the other one is that he builds up GRF, and he just commands from there instead. And then maybe he dies to old age after that. But he has a legacy that is... he has a legacy that continues on his will. That's what I'm looking for. That's a phrase I'm looking for. So it can be one of those three. The commander dying would be very commander-like, but Lunasia is there, and Lunasia is not going to let that happen. Yeah, as long as Lunasia exists, it's not going to happen. Take care, Caffeinated Gamer. It's good talking to you. Yes, it did. It appeared at Nightmare level. Which I was very confused by the way. I was like, huh? Why is she here? Like, is it her? Alright, next up. The theory is Groza reached Nirvana and went back, and that is why her memory is fried. Groza reached Nirvana and went back, and that is why her memory is fried. It fits with the details of Reverse Collapse in terms of like her memory being messed up. But I don't see any tangible way for her actually reaching Nirvana. Is the thing. Even if we gave her everything and say that, oh, she has an Ogus now, she has all the prerequisites in order to reach Nirvana. She never actually physically reached Nirvana. You still need a relic to access Nirvana. And as far as we know anyways, she has never touched any relic. Honestly, the commander made it to Nirvana. I think the commander would totally go back, since they don't... That's true, they don't believe in God. But he values mortality, so I'm not sure. But if the commander actually had the power to go back in time, he may actually go back in time, who knows? Like, if he... Basically, you're saying, if he was in the moment, and it wasn't hypothetical, would he actually say to people that he lost? Because people do think differently when they actually have the power to do it. Maybe Groza got something from Pandora. Like the world will end if we don't go back. Yeah, they definitely do it then if it meant saving the world. Yeah. The T-Doll Sea Hell becomes God. Yeah. Okay, next one. Same person. My other theory is that the commander stayed so long being exposed to Eroski radiation that instead of getting ELID, he mutated in a pseudo-immune individual. So this is confirmed actually. Um, he's not fully immune, but he's partially immune. He became partially immune after he was treated back in Sync Singularity. Or CT in this case. He was able to endure the infection until he was captured by Paradis. And then Paradis treated him and gave him a vaccination, and now he's partially immune thanks to that. So there's that one. All right, next one. Sextans is a 3rd gen doll, that is correct, made by using the base neurocloud of Groza. Using the base neurocloud of Groza. This is because when you connect sextans, or connect 2 sextans level 2 before entering level 3, you have to kill her image, which then turns into Groza, that you also have to kill. That's right. I was thinking a lot about that when it actually happened. I didn't give it a lot of talking points because at that point my jaw was really hurting. So I didn't want to yap too much, to be honest. But the most concerning part about me wasn't actually what was happening in the story, but just the fact that you kill sextans and then you had to kill Groza right afterwards. That one was very alarming to me. The Groza serving us might be either an actual double agent or just has an instinctive fear and hostility towards this copy of hers. More? Okay. So that was going to another theory. So this one is sextans being created based on the base neurocloud of Groza. I don't see that happening for one reason and one reason alone, and that's because Groza is a Gen 2 doll. And Gen 3 dolls are based on brain scans. At least Perska's version of it is. I'm not sure how... I forgot who actually made them. I forgot who actually made sextants. But it definitely is a deviation from Persica's 3rd generation. But Dandelion has straight up said that they are inferior versions to RO. So, either way, Groza shouldn't work because she's 2nd generation and she doesn't have the specs to make someone into a 3rd generation. Now, she could still be connected in some way, but I don't think it'd be by neurocloud. Maybe she has memories of Groza, but if she did, then she would have recognized the commander, which she did not. Yeah, it's just kind of hard to make this one work because Groza just doesn't have the specs to make a Gen 3 doll a Gen 3, you know? Uh, I think that's the Confendex index. I forgot what it's called too, to be honest. It's been a long time since that was super relevant. It was relevant in the Diane event. Yeah, remolding pattern. That's what it was. But that's where we get our skill points from, more or less. The Scar Sisters are they are from Gen 1, but I would not call them Gen 1 at all, honestly. They're more like 1.5. Okay, alternate theory. Alternate theory on the subject of Groza acting sus. It seems to have become more of a problem after her death at the hands of Darcher. So maybe Darcher somehow infected her neurocloud with a virus or a malicious subroutine. I say that because I'm pretty sure she kept Groza's frame, so maybe she could affect Groza's neurocloud back up this way. Darcher, I'm gonna be honest, Darcher doesn't seem smart enough to do that. Yeah, I don't think Darcher's smart enough to do that. She's way too arrogant. All she was really concerned about was just being better than Gen 2 dolls. She was kind of... she was pretty one-track minded. Wait a sec, did Groza know how to cook food in Frontline 1? Um, yes, she knew, she was trying to cook. I'm not sure if she became a good cook, though. Like, Groza's involvement in Frontline 1 is actually extremely small. Yeah, it was a hobby of her to cook, but I'm not sure if she was actually that good at it. Right, so definitely a definitely good crack theories. I like both of these, especially the base neurocloud of Groza. Unfortunately, this one just doesn't work with what the information we have right now. I don't see this working. The alternate theory also doesn't work. It could have worked. It could have been a good theory. It's just that it's out of character for Darcher. She's too dumb. Replies. Okay, yeah. Disagreeing. Okay, yeah. Agreeing and disagreeing. Love would be able to swap bodies with UMP40 for a time and enjoy having her chest. Yeah, so if you guys don't know this, there was a picture going around in around Twitter where it shows you a drawing of UMP40 in a new body. This is probably drip marketing and is showing off that UMP40 will eventually be a new character. And she's stacked. She's really stacked. You can look it up if you can find it. It got quote tweeted a lot when it first came out. So next up, I can't make a theory as of now, but I'm curious about what happened to Groza after the event to Groza Frontline 1. Like, how did she end up in a very bad situation before she accidentally was found by the commander. Why is the nerd cloud empty, but still remembers the commander somehow? Honestly, that's just a thing. Like, that particular part is just a thing because even Duchev Naya has that same issue with that exact same symptom. She can't remember anything, but she knows of the commander, and just hearing the word commander fills her with a lot of good things in her mind. And is it possible for that motherfucker named William to make a backup of Lunasia, then put inside of Groza? Okay, so there is that theory too. That one's coming back up. So a backup of Lunasia is basically just the isomers. The isomers are failed Lunasias. So technically, yes, he does have backups of Lunasia. And he probably still does, to be honest. But I don't see him putting that inside Groza, to be honest. Because Groza would need to be converted into an Ogre system, but why would he pick Groza? Why would he want to involve the commander again? You know, yada yada blah blah. As for your questions, welcome to Groza after the events at Groza 101. So she was just like the other dolls where she was waiting for the commander, but then Kalinna said, hey, you girls should try to live on without the commander. That's what he would want. So they all agreed to that. They were given a choice to either stay with Griffin after it got downsized, become civilians, or join other third parties. So Groza and a number of other dolls ended up joining StateSec. So Groza joined StateSec at the Groza Frontline 1. And we just looked into what happened with Groza afterwards. She ran into the Red Onion, apparently, going by the PV. And it should still be relevant because the Red Onion is referenced a lot in her journal. So that should have still happened. And the Red Onion is likely, the theory right now, the Red Onion is a virus. Now, as to what that virus does, we don't know, but it's likely the reason or the catalyst as to why she is seeing the blue butterflies whenever she quote unquote dies. Yeah. So that's all the questions I have, or that's all the questions I see on here. Lunasia will join us. Technically, she's already on our side. But obviously she means, or this person means, that Lunasia will become a playable character. If Lunasia becomes a playable character, she will be extremely nerfed, lore-wise. Groza feels like someone who, okay, so betraying us, want to push a button, you know what I mean? Okay, so that one we already talked about, so we can move on to that. Yeah, I know you took the time to type this out, but I think this is the most popular theory that I've seen everywhere. So if this is a theory that you type out, I'm going to have to skip it because we already talked about it. Lunasia plans to have the commander be uploaded into Zion, Zion being Nirvana, so that they can be together forever. The yandere ending, huh? Let's see. A doll taking over a human body is possible. That is true. So it means the reverse is also true. Not entirely. That may not. Okay, so technically this has already happened. So there is science to it. Since Lunasia is a perfect. Since M4 has the perfect brain scan for Lunasia, that is technically reviving a human into a doll. But in M4's case, she was a new person, more or less. She wasn't actually Lunasia reborn or anything like that. She didn't have all the. She kind of had memories of Lunasia, but she wasn't like entirely. She wasn't a one-to-one copy, you know. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to explain this one, because she is Lunasia, but she wasn't like where Lunasia was when she died. Yeah, she's kind of composite. She's made of three distinct entities. Well, I guess you could say distinct, and that'd be correct. But she's made of a lot of entities, actually. But yeah, the three main ones is the original Lunasia, Dandelion, and M4. So technically, the reverse is true, but there's a lot of science involved, and it's not exactly the way it'd be theorized in this case. But moving on, the commander will then use their newfound power to commence war against William in every single possible timeline. He will also become a god to all dolls as he tries to protect them all, or at least the ones he has a purple connection with. Also, the womb force is real. Obviously, this goes off the rails, but uh, I did say that I would take every one of the other theories seriously, no matter how crackpot they were. So the idea of Lunasia taking the commander forever wouldn't happen because Lunasia literally loves the commander so much that she couldn't do that to him. She knows that he values his mortality. And if he became immortal, he would find a way to end his immortality. He doesn't want to become God, basically. Yeah, that's clearly shown in the Pareto story. Now, would the commander want to use his powers a little bit just to kill William? Maybe. His his hate boner is that large, so he might do that before, getting rid of his powers. Also, womb force is real, I agree. Someone taking it seriously. That's unfortunate. Using the Baker Kratos and the fact that, as far as I'm aware, none of the girls' Frontline 1 fighting took place in Caucasus, girls who made and the commander and a good chunk of the ML you're getting killed. Yeah, so this is another popular theory. I talked about this one already. Basically, like I said before, we are fucking with timelines right now, so this may not actually happen. That's where I stand with that as far as I'm concerned. Goku Souls the verse. Yeah, I agree. Actually, seriously thinking about it, I think he may lose to Lunasia. Just saying. Like, he may actually lose to Goddess Lunasia because he's not omnipotent. Okay. Let me see if there's any other comments. Whew, that's quite a bit, actually. That was a large part. I know there was a lot of talking there. So, funny story, right? this is gonna be a complete tangent, complete tangent, because the Goku Souls Reverse thing. I saw a video where the thumbnail was, "What if Jiraiya survived against Pain?" For your Naruto fans, you should know what that means. That's a very important event. So I went into that video expecting a discussion, and then the video is just Jiraiya on the ropes against Pain, and he's about to go into his death. But then Goku shows up, and he's like, "I'm sick of this," and then he kills Pain. Or no, he doesn't kill Pain. He says, "Dude, don't fight." And then Pain's like, "Yeah, I shouldn't fight." And then everything is good, and then Goku gives Jiraiya Senzu Bean, and Jiraiya is like, "Oh, I'm healed. Thank you, Goku." And then he walks off to bang Tsunade. Yeah, good edit meme. Yeah. Yeah, I love shit like that. That was a good shit post. I like that a lot. So let me refresh. See if we get anything. Were there any comments that slipped in during this? No, that's it. All right. Those are good theories. I liked each and every one of them. Thank you guys for actually taking the time to post your theories. A good reason why I want to do this is because a lot happened on the latest event, and I know a lot of you guys had like some serious stuff drumming on in your head, and I just wanted to make this a time for you guys to have your time to shine and just post your theories and see how it works with the knowledge that I currently have. I'm not a perfect person. I haven't read every single lore bit. I'm still working on Reverse Collapse, as I said, and I'm still working on Project NeuroCloud. And I don't understand every single thing that is in Girls Frontline 1. I still had to reread that constantly because there's a lot of confusing stuff in Girls Frontline 1, to be honest. So being able to hear different perspectives, it also helps me as well. So I do appreciate you guys going to the comments and taking the time to write out your theories. The girls, Glor growth. Still better than most players. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Going through everything Ferrari has. Ferrari is the GOAT, honestly. But for Ferrari, he's in there. He's in deep. I'm not sure if we can pull him out. And if you're using me as a source, I definitely appreciate that as well. I am doing my very best to make sure that everything is accurate whenever I throw this out there. What's the takeaway? What sticks out to you the most? Um, Honestly, I really like the Viagra theory, and that now makes me interested in seeing if they actually ever talk about how the Viagras actually operate. I am more interested in that because before that theory popped up, I they weren't on my radar at all. I just found them to be just a bunch of bandits, and that was it. There was some repeat theories. That's honestly a good thing too, because that means people are paying attention to the story as well, and they see these signs as well. So the repeat theories on like Groza being a going to eventually betray us. Even I call that out because I put it on my thumbnail because I know everyone is thinking about that. The idea that Lunasia could be involved with Groza with the red onion. The red onion might have linked Lunasia and Groza together somehow. That could be a thing. Yeah, I think the big thing that got me the most, besides the Viagra thing, was just the red onion. Because I still remember the red onion, but I didn't quite see it as like a virus until I watched that video. The video was pretty eye-opening with connecting the dots. I saw a question. New guide to the Frontline series. How significant is Groza's role in the whole series of Frontline? So Groza has extremely little screen time in Frontline 1, but she is known to be one of the greatest T-dolls in night battles. She is called the Night Queen. At least in the community, because she literally is a strong fighter at night, and she also assists Squad 404 in taking out SF at night. She's that pivotal. But other than that, she doesn't really get much screen time. There is a side event that establishes her friendship with M16, but it is dubious if that is canon or not. But due to that side story, people are predicting that M16 did try to warn Groza about the red onion. But it could be another person. But everyone is assuming that it is M16 because of that side story event. She would be considered important to her regarding Groza. But other than that, Groza doesn't have much to do it in Groza Frontline 1. And Groza Frontline 2, she is the main heroine. And honestly, people were kind of surprised by that. I can't say I was surprised. I just figured that it wouldn't actually be one of the main girls already in Groza Frontline 1, because they would want to set this apart from Groza Frontline 1. So I figured it would either be an entirely new character or a character that wasn't given much screen time. So Groza does make sense because she is in real life, she's a Soviet weapon, and the commander is a Soviet citizen. So that just makes sense to me. Where's M16 in Groza Frontline 2 right now? We don't know. She's in the wind right now. Let me scroll up. Where's SF right now? We don't know. They're in the wind. They haven't mentioned the SFT dolls at all. We just know that SF as a whole has been assimilated into other companies. Their tech is now tech utilized in all companies. So the SF dolls are no longer unique. Now, are the SF dolls still alive, or were they ripped apart and put into different things? We do not know. But I highly doubt that they were ripped apart, because that is money that is not being used. If meta-wise, they have no reason to get rid of the SF dolls. They just haven't had the time to shine yet. Forgive me, this is an off topic. Don't worry. We're basically done with the whole theory stuff anyways. I was told that there was no sword dolls in Groza Frontline 1, though I never played it. Technically, there was a sword doll. Technically 2. But they're from SF. As far as there being Griffin T-dolls that were swords, no, they were not. Why put them in Groza Frontline 2 now? And how is there turning up? How does the game explain it? They explain it as it always being a thing. They always exist, but they just weren't. They weren't really relevant balance-wise. There is one T-doll that actually has a laser sword. And there's also other T-dolls that have bayonets. So they do know, or some T-dolls are experienced with melee combat. That's always been a thing. But of course, you know that running phrase, that's always true. Why bring a knife to a gunfight? So that's why you never really see that. As for why it's more prevalent now with Krolik and Ulrid, we're no longer in an army scenario. This is more of a guerrilla tactics. So now they become more relevant due to that alone. So hope that answers that for you. Any chance we see AK-12 in Gross Frontline too? They have been teased in the latest event, so we will see them. .45 has already been teased as a upcoming character. We don't know when she'll pop up. She's likely going to be an anniversary character because she's literally one of the most popular characters in Ghost Frontline. You know, illegal death matches. Yeah, that's where melee combat happens a lot, actually. Do you think the commander will get an army of dolls again? I believe so, yeah. The thing is, it would be a limited army. The big thing that was a big privilege in Ghost Frontline 1 was that the commander was backed by his PMC group, and it was the largest PMC group in the Europe section. So they basically had infinite money. So whenever a doll died, there's no skin off their back. Pragmatically speaking, obviously the commander is extremely hurt whenever his dolls die, but just objectively speaking, the dolls are immortal, so they can afford to die as long as they're spare bodies. The Valkyrie is not evil yet. But now that we have limited money, we have a limited army. So we cannot suffer a polarizing light event. If we go through a polarizing light event, then that is going to drastically hurt us and drastically cripple us as a result. Yeah, that's why I don't think there's going to be another polarizing light event. We just don't have the logistics to handle that. We can't sustain a massive loss like that. Like literally at the beginning of the game, they ran out of spare dolls for Krolik, and he had to go see a market to get a spare doll for Krolik. That's how much money that we do not have. So we don't have the room on the Elmo. Oh, we have a lot of room. The Elmo's massive. Thank you, Yellow. Yeah, that's her name. For all the dolls, yeah. We used the Elmo in Ghost Frontline 1. Is it me, or does Ghost Frontline have more darker lore and much tragic? Yeah. I'll say Ghost Frontline is one of the darkest... is one of the gacha games that is dark in tone. Is one of the darker ones. Is it one of the darkest? I can't say for sure. I haven't explored every single gacha game, so I can't say that for absolute fact. But for the ones that I have played, yeah, Ghost Frontline is one of the darkest that I played. Yes, a helicopter can fit into the Elmo. Yeah, it's massive. Yeah, Ghost Frontline's meme is that its front is that it's a cute anime game with a harem, but once you actually play the game, you see how fucking serious it is, and it's PTSD inducing. And it was so good that Nikkei basically copied Ghost Frontline's homework. And by the way, I love Nikkei. It's my #1 or #2 favorite gacha game right now, and has been for over a year. The only game that has uh, competed for that #1 spot is Ghost Frontline, and now Ghost Frontline 2. Although Ghost Frontline 2 is still rough around the edges in terms of its gameplay. That's why it's not in like the top two. The top two is being competed by Nikkei and Ghost Frontline 1. Ghost Frontline 1 is full of love and hope. Nikkei has hope. Oh yeah, it definitely does. It definitely has good moments, or lighthearted moments, triumphant moments. Are you up to date with Nikkei's story? I am literally at the final boss of the current chapter. Goes on to needs more dark. It's getting there. Speaking of the Elmo, when should Gold be getting the Elmo exploration features? Well, right now it's not even in CN right now. It's still being updated in China, or not updated, but worked on in China. So we can't even play that mode in China right now. So we probably won't be getting it for a while. We may get it maybe like a month after China, because Yuzong did say that they did plan on releasing it earlier within our cycle compared to China, because they know how big of a feature that is for global. But right now we don't quite know when it's coming out. It's the nicest time of year. I love to see Ghost Frontline 2 getting darker and more darker. Honestly, I am. Obviously, I'm all for dark stuff, but I wanted to also be balanced as well. This is one of the reasons why I actually really like Nikkei, because it does do that balance very well. Ghost Frontline 1, it's definitely shifts harder, like way harder towards the darker side and being more bleak. In fact, it's very bleak in my opinion, and that that is good. It's good in its own way, but I do prefer there being more triumphant moments. Like, we basically leave the AR team in like complete despair towards the end of the game. The AR team has basically a husk of their former selves. Like, we haven't gotten there at that point, but basically the only one who is actually quote unquote still sane by the end of it is RO. AR-15 kind of goes off the rails at one point. Sapo kind of goes insane at some point. And M16 is basically never herself again. She's never cheerful anymore. And it's basically just RO trying to hold everything together. And it's like, and that's primarily because they don't have M4. And once you lose M4 and keep trying to get her back, and also Angelia, they're just kind of stuck in this loop where they go into more and more and more despair because they're not actually winning at any point. And so at some point you're like, man, can these girls have a break? You know, can they just have a break, please? And that's why I like Nikkei's story a lot, because it does that balance better where you go into these deep depths of despair, but there's always a light at the end of that tunnel. Another healing chapter is needed. I definitely think they're doing better in Gross Line 2 in terms of balance. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Yokai, you're right. Ironically, the Gross Line setting is actually more hopeful than Nikkei's. Nikkei is fucked in terms of setting. Like, they're in a really fucked situation. What Pikachu is really like, yeah. Hero, do you think Ghost Frontline could have another possibility of having its own anime series, ignoring the one we got? Yes. Right now, yes. Before, um, I say before this year, I would say no. But this year, I would say yes. Because it's actually slowly becoming mainstream. If you see characters from Girls Frontline 2, people actually recognize those characters online. So I can see another anime series coming out. One that's good, hopefully, and goes beyond the first 6 chapters. Which, actually thinking about it, they may actually just do an anime on Girls Frontline 2 and not Girls Frontline 1, which I think that would be a tragedy if they do that. But it can work if they start from Girls Frontline 2. I think in terms of money, a better shot is starting at Girls Frontline 2. But in terms of story, there's so much going on in Girls Frontline 1 that I think they can make a lot more highs in the story. There's a lot more emotional moments in Ghost Frontline 1 than in Ghost Frontline 2 right now. That I think it'd be a tragedy if they weren't animated and they skipped over it. Do you think to do voices in story event again? It should be. We should be getting voices from this point forward. The reason why we didn't get voiced, the reason why we didn't get voice acting in the previous 2 events is because they were rewrites, and they just didn't give themselves enough time to do so. Did you an anime for Bakery Girl? I agree. how much fluff would they need to cut from Gross Frontline 1 story to make a good anime? Well, unironically, they should just completely ignore the night battles. Because that's all fluff in the first place. As far as the actual main story, how much they need to cut out, they would need to do a lot of show, don't tell. So that is one of the things about anime that is really powerful. They can do a lot more showing rather than telling. Because a lot of Girls Frontline story is just explaining stuff. Like a lot of exposition dumping. And so they can fix that through showing, well, basically a lot of it they can just shorten the dialogue by just using more visual aid and saying, oh, this is this thing. And then you actually show how this device works with visuals instead of having to explain it because it's a visual novel and they have a limited budget on what they can show, right? Honestly, the way how they explain stuff in the anime, it actually works fine. The main issue with the anime is that it did extra stuff. And it felt a lot more episodic and not really connected together. Or there was no real effort to connect together. Male or female, I don't really care, to be honest. I know I'm making a point to say that it's ambiguous, and I know people have given me shit. Well, not people, but more like two guys or whatever, two diehards. They give me shit for saying like, oh, you're ignoring Jin Tian because reasons. I'm saying no, Jin Tian is literally just a gender that they chose for that anime and nothing further than that. So I don't really care too much what gender it is. Because if I'm completely honest, when I first saw that Jin Tian was in the anime, which is my research because I didn't watch the anime at that point, I was actually very interested that they picked the female commander. I was like, huh, how are they going to, make the dynamics? Because, obviously when the game first came out, they did intend him to be a male. So it's like, oh, this is a nice switch. It could be a nice change of pace. And then it turns out it didn't really match. And it's not really with the gender thing. It's just that Jin Tian doesn't fit as the commander. She just doesn't. The female commander in Girls Frontline 2, supposedly Jin Tian, that doesn't work in that case either. Now, obviously, they use their body type as a reference, which makes a lot of sense. But Jin Tian in the manga literally does not match in terms of backstory and personality. And honestly, they made compensations to the story to even change that as well, or to even make that work as well with her personality. So here's an example. And here's one of the things that makes me go, okay, Jin Tian literally does not work. There is a particular scene in Girls Frontline. Hold on, let me pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. The people who have actually watched the anime or seen the manga, you would know what I'm talking about when I bring this up and where I'm going with this. Just give me a moment. I think this was in... This was before. Was it chapter 7? No, this was before then. Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to find it now. I'm pretty sure it's in chapter 4. I probably should have just Googled it instead of going into the cutscene interpreter. Oh, yeah, I found it. Alright, so, going back to the Jin Tian thing. It's this scene right here. This scene where SF attacks the hidden base and the commander gets knocked out. Kruger shows up and gives you a pistol. In the game, the commander the commander accepts this pistol. In the anime, Jin Tian does not, because she has her own gun. This is actually a massive deviation. It actually is. Because the commander in the game holds on to this pistol for dear life. It's like a part of him. He even uses this pistol to kill William inside the data logs, or the data mining. This pistol is really important to him because he admires Kruger. So this is like a massive example as to why Jin Tian doesn't work. Want to be chat like Kruger? I thought the anime changes were actually just to signal as different continuity. Probably, yeah. But the issue at hand is that people were saying that Jin Tian is canon. She's canon to the games. Yeah, yeah, Johnson, you're correct. This is another thing I brought up in the summary as well. That a lot of the commander's traits were distributed to other commanders. Yeah, sucks they changed that part. Honestly, I can see the reasoning for why they would do that. Because just pragmatically speaking, let's just assume that there isn't some like commentary or behind this. It just makes sense that the commander would have his own gun, or her own gun in this case. But it's like, okay, why would Kruger give Jin Tian a gun if she already has one? It's not like she was hiding it, right? So yeah, that scene just doesn't make sense to me. She's like, I got my own gun. It's like he wouldn't, like, he would actually see that, so why would he offer a gun? It's kind of weird, right? I think it was a boring Glock. Yeah, the gun was different in the anime too. Honestly, they mess up a lot on guns. Which is not so good because Ghost Frontline is known for having accurate guns to their dolls. holding a pistol in the anime. Honestly, they should be capable of holding weapons that aren't actually theirs. They just aren't good at holding those different weapons. They need to have the weapon matching their imprint in order to have perfect accuracy. But they can train themselves to use different weapons. But yeah, obviously whenever a gun shows up in the anime, it's usually the wrong one, unintentionally so. It's just the animators being. I shouldn't call them being lazy. It's more of like they just weren't informed. Did he throw the gun away after he killed William? I'm not sure if they actually mentioned the gun. I don't think they did. So he might still have it. I don't believe he's using it in his cutscenes, though. It got turned into a massive meme, yeah. Yeah, now to be fair, to be completely fair to the animators and the company in general, the Ghost Frontline community is very unique in the fact that they actually care what a gun looks like. That is not something that they should expect, honestly. So them trying to save time on using generic guns or guns that look completely wrong, it shouldn't really matter to the general audience, but it does matter a lot to the Ghost Frontline community. Yeah, that's correct, Nixon. Yes, Yuhi did get called out. Or not Yuhi, but the community did call out Yuhi not having the correct gun. That still exists. On empty, elaborate on that. That I'm not connecting the dots to empty right now. That name being used for something. Anyways, Kruger is a man, but I wanna go back to the cat. Okay, that one I'm not aware of. What's going on with that one? He's a legend. Am I late? Yeah, we got done with all the theories. There was 45 of them. A lot of them were repeats, though. Is Javier alive in Groza Line 2? It wouldn't surprise me, but he hasn't shown up yet. Are we going to see those moments that Commander, like, shooting Nitos, are going solo towards the enemy base now? Okay, are we going to ever see those moments in animation? I hope so. Like, the only way Polarizing Light could have been better is if they actually animated their scenes. Yeah, Javier is old, but he wasn't like at death's door. It's very likely he's still alive. In the Diane event, yes, he was doing. He actually did fight a bunch of the mercenaries. Like it was just him and Colfine, and the funny part is that Colfine did less fighting than the commander. MT was a Ghost for Light animator who animated little comedic skits. Fortunately, oh I did not know that. Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I had no idea about that. The thing with me is that I'm so focused on getting so many of these this lore stuff out that I actually don't interact a lot with the creator community or with other content creators. It's very tough for me to do that because I'm so entrenched into the lore. So yeah, I completely missed that one. That's very unfortunate. See, I made it where Shikkan is taking past the command. Yeah, I want to see that too. Yeah, Javier is probably alive. We just haven't seen him because he's deep into the UNC. So we'll probably see him once we meet up with Kalinna again, more than likely. But first, we need to see Kruger first. Kruger is the guy we need to see first. Javier is Jay? No. Jay is Kevin. How old would Prescott be now? 52. 52. Show Springfield and Friends. That one? Yeah, I love that one too. That one's really good. A lot of this stuff really deserves an animation. It really, really does. Is the fight under on the span of 10 years? Yes. Um, the end game for Defy, after Eng is dead, and after they took care of RPK 16, they declare that there will be a independent doll squad, and they will not take any orders from anyone. They only choose to help the commander because of their bond with him. I'd love to see the AR team. I would love to see the AR team too. Unfortunately, all the AR team and also Team Defy, they're show stealers. So they had to be very careful with how they introduce them. For Team Defy, one that just be treason, yeah. They already been announced terrorists anyways, so it doesn't matter. How much bigger is UNNC in two compared to one? A lot bigger, because they actually got a Russia. They absorbed Russia. They actually absorbed a lot of places, but Russia is the most relevant one. In Ghost Frontline 1, they end up absorbing the United Nations and Russia. Well, actually, I think they were already absorbed before Ghost Frontline 1. The UN, I mean. But they've been working on Russia for a long time. Kruger got captured and didn't see him again. We see him at the end of Polarizing Light. I didn't show him in the summary because he shows up in the next chapter, and I was going to explain that he was released then. Do you feel bad that Ileana had to take out her own squad? Yes, of course I felt bad. It was against her will. She literally got remote control to do so, and now she's basically she's basically the atoner at this point. She's just waiting for her death. Well, she was. Is the AR team scattered right now? I don't think we have information on that. Let's make heads or tails about that. There is a theory that AR-15 is with the 5 right now, but that's just a theory. Theory on Lentin. Yeah, I was actually surprised I didn't see any theories on Lentin here, actually. Man, they could go anywhere with her, honestly. But why does she have such a... Is it a hate boner or a love boner? I guess you can say. She's very obsessed with the commander, for sure. Both. Yeah, honestly, there's just not enough information to really make heads or tails on what she could be. But I think the preliminary theory right now is that she's related, or that she was former KCCO, which makes the most sense right now, since she was involved in the Battle of Frankfurt and she quote unquote lost to the commander. So the dots line up in that case. She should be former KCCO. Now, as to why she's so obsessed with the commander, that one is pretty questionable as a whole, because there's one theory was that she's like the daughter of Jaeger. And that theory I don't necessarily subscribe to, because even though Jaeger really respected the commander, that wasn't public knowledge. And if anything, that would mean that Lentin should have a hate boner on Angelia, not the commander. But Angelia is dead, so there's that. My preliminary theory right now is that she was related to General Carter. Because General Carter is an old fuck. So he's able to have a granddaughter in the army. Can't wait till the commander tells her, I don't even know you. Do you think Leva is going to come back from finding out William is alive, or to help Shiki-Kan? I think it's the latter. She's just going to help first, and then she'll learn that William's alive, and then she'll be all in. Her facing the commander instant racist event was pure coincidence. Yeah, she didn't even know that he was even alive. You think Amars will come back in Groza Frontline too? That one's a weird one. Because both Amars and Alien... Sorry. Both Amars and Alienana... Did I even say that name right? Whatever. Those two are victims of being late game characters. Like, they're really late in the story. And they do have fans, but I don't think they're top priority. But on the other hand, since they are so late, they could come in early because they don't have an established fan base besides just knowing that they're broken in gameplay. I would say they are more likely to show up than AR-18 is. Because AR-18 feels... She feels like a replacement to RO. And for me personally, she didn't feel like she had her own identity. Or she didn't have a function. Besides taking over what RO used to do. Where is Hellion Ghost 192? She's still in Griffin. She's in a city, I forgot what the city name is, but she is still commanding T-Dolls in Griffin. But they act more like a mercenary group than a PMC. How could she explain to Manji that she lost that much company resource to get nothing? She did have a plan in place. I'm trying to remember what that plan was. But it did hinge on the idea that they actually completed their mission. So I'm not sure what her idea would be. Either way, we're not going to see her for a while because she's not going to be the focus for a while. Do you think Linda's revite to Global will have something to do with Level's release when she comes to CN? Probably. I can see Linda having a rewrite just to rope Leva in, to rope 45 in. Man, it's gonna be very hard to transition from 45 to Leva. Yeah, Arlo took a backseat because she needed to get repaired. Yeah, and she was getting repaired for a really long time. Yeah, it started to be a thing. It's still hard for me though because 45 has been ingrained in me for a long time, and then swapping to Leva, it's gonna take a while. Is Commander still wearing his Kruger uniform? No. Has the same color scheme, but no, it's not his uniform. He's a bounty hunter now. Who's this Leva bitch? Yeah, Nine and Lena a lot, yeah. It's still weird that they just didn't call her Reina. That's a little weird. Would y'all be afraid the T-Dolls became a Yandere? I'm gonna be honest, that'd be like a dream come true for me. That's very exciting for me. Did someone say Yandere? Thoughts on Farita? For me, she seems like having a secret, not a bad one, but I think it has the answers regarding to Groza 10 years ago, before the commander found her almost dead. So, they did get into this during her Dusty Memory, I believe. Yeah, her Dusty Memory. They did meet before, but it was a very small meeting. Like, really, really small. Like, I think it was just like an information handoff or something like that. So all that really confirms that they were both part of StateSec. And the big thing here is that there is very little we know about Perdita. But we can infer some things based on the things she has done. One is that she has a Nogus. She has to. In order to communicate with Lunasia, she must have a Nogus. So there are some... I have some personal theories about Perdita. I personally think that Perdita was made by Persica. She has very similar things going on. The only thing that she doesn't have is highlighted hair. But everything else fits into what Persica would do. Like, 1, she's a cat. 2, she has cat ears. 3, she has a giant bust, which Persica likes on herself too, so. And also she has a... Sorry, the name, the actual name escapes me right now, but she has different colored eyes. Same thing as RO. So she has a lot of similar color schemes, a lot of similar similarities. Thank you, heterochromia. So I think she was made by Persica. And she may be a attempt to get in touch with her favorite child, M4. That is my ongoing theory. That is a crackpot theory. So would she be a Gen 3? Technically, yes. Assuming she can be backed up. I don't know if she can be backed up or not. What would a Gen 4 look like? Well, in Reverse Collapse, we have Gen 6. But I haven't seen any dolls. I have Womb Force pre-installed. But I haven't seen any Gen 6 dolls in Reverse Collapse yet, so I can't really say anything about that. Not without entirely shooting the shit. What fanfic would y'all make if you were in the Girls from Lane universe? I would focus on America, because America is very interesting in the Girls from Lane universe. You know what? They actually shit on America a lot in Girls from Lane. Not gonna lie. Yuzong shits on girls on the Girls from Line America a lot. and honestly, it is justified. Like, I read up on what America did during the fallout of the Bayland Island incident, and I was like, yeah, I can see us doing that. Welcome to American Girls Line 2. Nothing. Everything that we know about America is in the confidential files in Reverse Collapse. They are obligated to show on America. So just in case you guys don't know, I do go into this a small bit in the first summary, which is old by this point. I'm probably going to redo that one. But what happened to America was the Bailing Island incident happened, and a couple of canisters made their way to the western side of America. Albert Rizartre called the American government and said, hey, do not tamper with this stuff. Wait for professionals to get there. And the government's like, nah, we got this. And so they open up canister, and that caused another explosion in America. And they had to deal with their own fallout. So a relief effort happened. California is gone. So a relief effort by Rizartre, they came in and they tried to help America, but America was so scummy that they were not helping each other out. They were putting down walls on the west, and if anyone was infected, they're like, nah, you stay in your own state. We're not helping you. You can go fuck off. And so it was complete and utter chaos. And then people were also doing underground businesses for vaccinations. Well, vaccinations, quote unquote. And it was so much chaos that Rizartre is like, nah, this ain't worth it. And they just left America to do their own thing. So yeah, it's pretty bad in America during the fallout. And then they did more, by the way. So as we know, at least during this time, things may change now, but there was a point where America was very involved in other countries. One particular one was Japan. And in Japan, they actually were one of the few places that weren't heavily affected by the explosion. In fact, for the most part, all of Japan was a green zone. So a lot of refugees were going that way. That caused a immigration crisis because there was just not enough places to put them in there, and it was also tanking their economy. So what Rizartre was doing there, he was doing a relief effort. He was building shelters for the refugees there. So the American government, or the American ambassadors there, they ended up instigating, and they ended up saying, like, hey, these immigrants are going to be a problem. They're going to change your nation. You guys shouldn't allow any more immigrants. And so Japan was like, maybe. So they ended up having a debate about that, but then America ended up packing the system where they actually end up planting their own conservatives there. And those planted conservatives ended up agreeing and actually making new laws to ban immigration. And they were also going to kick out the other well, not necessarily kick out, but the rumors spread that they were going to kick out immigrants. And this caused a very large dispute between refugees and the Japanese government. I blame Johnny Somali. Oh, that's relevant. But it got to the point where the immigrants basically armed up and stole military weapons to fight the government. And so both America and the Japanese government armed up and they started fighting. And Rizartre was trying to defuse the situation, but they got kicked out. His relief effort got kicked out by the Japanese government, also egged on by the Americans. Now, Rizartre tried to stay because he learned of the fully immune individual. Oh, I didn't know that. His trial's today. I didn't know that. Didn't he get shot? No, a girl got shot who was a fully immune individual, and he was trying to save that girl in order to get a cure out of that. But they couldn't save her, and the cure was never made at that point. And at that point, that was when Rizarte was starting to get very, very pissed off at America and also the world in general. So yeah, America did very bad things. And this is also the reason why they're explicitly quiet in Ghost Frontline, because a lot of people who align with Rizartrism are actually in the American government now. So they are doing their very best to limit the power of America's reach across the world. So America is actually, at least in Ghost Frontline 2, they're not actually part of the URNC, but they did make a really strong effort to limit America's power. Because it was not fully immune, though. She was quasi-immune. Yeah, quasi-immune. Quasi. That's what they said, quasi-immune. It was more like a mutation than immunity. Is American URNC by the time of reverse collapse? I have to read these files to make sure, but I want to say yes. Well, the funny part is that apparently America is still really, really strong during Ghost Frontline 1. Because the Soviets, or the Neo-Soviets, actually wanted to fight America, like as they did back in World War III. But apparently they did so bad against the commander that the Germans were like, yeah, these guys aren't going to fight America. Like, they're going to get fucked. The Second Civil War Ghost Frontline 1, at least according to Project NeuroCloud, I believe there's a Second World War, or Second Civil War. I thought they were weakened. Well, to be completely honest, everyone's weakened. So I just mean by relatively speaking. Compared to everyone else, America is still very strong. They still have a really strong military. Like they're strong enough that the Rizartres still have to be very concerned about how far they can reach in terms of power. We are the least Soviet character in all of fiction. Yeah, honestly. And that's by design, because even Angelia is considered a Soviet, but she's Korean. Here's Shockery is the only American weapon Gross Frontline 2. I don't think that's actually Springfield is one, but yeah, I just immediately thought that's Springfield. She's a weapon. She's an American weapon. There's that conversation going on also. It's more like everything that has happened in terms of culture was by necessity of migrants moving over to different countries in order to get out of the black zones and red zones. So I wouldn't call it colonization. It's just more of like migration. Wonder how the rest of the world is doing. I would love to see anything about anywhere other than Europe. I would love to see, like, I would love to see Japan. I would love to see, well, China's gone because China is where the Bailey Island incident happened. So there's basically no China in Ghost Frontline. But I would love to see Japan. I would love to see Africa. I would love to see America, especially America. America's so interesting. I want to see Canada too. Yeah, China's a black zone. Yeah, they have to save the ER team and the fight for later. Because if they showed up like at the very beginning, no one is going to care about any other character that comes out because they have to be better than the AR team and Defy. And also, I think it'd be really bad. To be completely honest, it'd be really bad if the AR team and Defy were early characters because of how bad the bouncing was. Like we want those characters to be really, really, really strong. So they should only come out once they actually have the bouncing correct. South America? Mm, I can't remember South America. I know Japan was virtually unscathed. Australia? Hmm. I know there was a blurb about Australia. AK-15 casually eating up a 200k raid boss. Yeah, Australian Elisby. Yeah, I had to look at South America because that might be the reason why I don't remember them because I think nothing happened to them. And honestly, America would have been fine too if they didn't open those damn canisters. Accidentally traveled in reverse last time. Like maybe that happened in Project Net. It might happen then. Depends on how they go with it. Are sea monsters elite a thing? We haven't seen one. I would imagine fish can be mutated. Wait, can they? I think they just die, actually. I think fish just die. So I don't think that'll happen. So I will say if there are any sea monsters that are Elid, it hasn't happened in Reverse Collapse yet. Is it possible to travel out of Europe and go Frontline? The commander would have to be a very big individual for that to happen. And as it stands right now, he isn't. Corrupted by the flood. That can't happen because she's a robot, but yeah. Do we like Ogets is 40 trustworthy? At the very, very, very least, she is completely subservient to 45. So I would say yes, she's trustworthy. The flood can infect machines. I don't recall that actually. I'm pretty sure the flood can only infect biomes. If they can infect machines, they would have done so with the Forerunner technology. The Logic Plague. I don't remember that. When did that happen? Was that in one of the later Halo games? Wait, was that in Halo 5? Halo books? Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, that's a weak point for me. I read some of the books, but not all of them. Are the relic aliens real in Ghost Frontline? We have no idea where the relics came from. Aliens is probably the biggest theory, but there is literally no evidence that aliens were involved in any way. Theoretically speaking, yeah, theoretically speaking, I don't think aliens were involved. I do think they are human-made things. Would Ghost Frontline T-Dolls survive in the Metal Gear universe? I think they would completely obliterate the the Metal Gear universe, to be honest. The things that we handle in Metal Gear, Ghost Frontline, the T-Dolls handle for breakfast, to be honest. A standard military fight is harder than any Metal Gear that shows up. Yeah, Yokai brings up time travelers for the relic stuff. That's actually a good theory. That people time travel their shit. For Metal Gear Rising, yeah, Metal Gear Rising, that's when things start to get more interesting. Because that's when you start getting into the more absurd stuff. Like, is Raiden super speed fast though? Is he? He's probably lightning speed, right? Um, so that immediately puts him up to like Team Defy. And also his, obviously his lifting strength is completely insane, which also means he will cut through everyone with his sword pretty easily. And then you have the other ones that are relative to Raiden. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot more interesting. Dude, AK-15 be pissed fighting Senator Armstrong. AK-15 be so pissed. That said, I don't think it's a pure washout or a wipeout. I don't think Raiden no diffs T-dolls. It really depends on the individual T-doll. Because here's the thing. The stuff Raiden does, Gager can do with her eyes closed. Besides lifting strength. Lifting strength may be like the only thing. So there's one particular scene, a night battle between herself and Carr. Um, Carr set up an ambush where it locked Gager in place, and Carr fired an AP round, right? Well, Gager ended up catching that with her fingers. And that is way more impressive than just about anything Raiden did. So the T-dolls are still pretty relevant to Raiden, even though he has his amped stuff, his amped exoskeleton. AK-12 rename herself to Ange. I don't think she'll do that. Maybe Anna. But not Angelia. Raiden did something similar. I know he's cut down missiles, which is pretty impressive. But I don't recall him grabbing bullets with his fingers, or something similar to that. I know he's jumped on missiles before, which, that is impressive. But I don't think it's, in terms of feats, I don't think that's as impressive. Ghost Frontline versus Nikke is very, 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 very nuanced, and it really depends on who's fighting. Would T-dolls survive against a Rapture Horde? I'm going to say no. For one reason and one reason alone, it's because of the corruption. They should be getting affected by the corruption. Snowbreak versus T-Dolls, the operatives in Snowbreak should win. They got magic bullshit going on, so... PNC is dubiously canon to the story. The problem is that the Ghost Frontline 1 has never acknowledged PNC as a thing, including its character developments. I know Snowbreak? Yeah, I play Snowbreak. I used to. I actually still have it installed, even. I haven't played the latest chapters, but I know enough of it. Ghost Frontline should collab with Nikkei 100%. That is, like, easy. The easiest thing in the world. Can you see probably another split timeline? I don't think so, honestly. I mean, it fits in just fine. It just has to do a lot of bullshit to make it work. Like with the sped up timeline within Magracia. They have 2 months. As long as time is fast enough, it can work. Little adult human cross-dress again. Is the adjutant as badass as Ghost Frontline 1 Commander? It really depends on your definition of badass. I mean, as far as I can see, the adjutant was just a normal dude, and then he got some pretty sick power-ups, and now he's basically one of the strongest operatives, along with being the quote-unquote commander for the team. I think if you want to go with, like, full-on power fantasy, then yeah, the adjutant is badass. But he doesn't feel as real as the Ghost Frontline 1 Commander. The Ghost Frontline 1 Commander is significantly more relatable. I'll say PGR is worse than Nikkei. Nikkei, you at least have very solid civilization. That said, I don't know enough about PGR to really make that definitively. Thoughts on Project Net? I'm interested. So, this actually goes into Snowbreak as well. The reason why I don't play Snowbreak a lot is because I'm not really into shooters. And I tried really hard to keep playing Snowbreak, but it eventually got to a point where I was like, I'm just not really having fun with the gameplay. The story is okay. It's mid at best. It does its... So, you guys know that... You guys know about the Snowbreak route, because Snowbreak eventually went more fan service heavy. The first 10 chapters of Snowbreak is very different to the later chapters of that happened after the Snowbreak route went through. So I would say the first 10 chapters were actually kind of boring. It felt like it was going somewhere around the last 2 chapters. It was finally getting somewhere. But then it did a hard shift, and things got really confusing. And I have a friend who really, really, really loves Snowbreak. It's her favorite gacha game. And she says the story is better now than it was before. And I'll take her word for it. But for me personally, the story just didn't hit me that well. So since I'm not into shooters and I don't think the story is great, I just couldn't keep playing the game. Now, as far as that, the reason why I'm saying that is because in Project Net, I'm hoping it's different that time. I'm hoping that the gameplay is more nuanced for me because I can play shooters. One of my favorite shooters is uh, is from Rare, Jet Force Gemini. I love that game. That's one of my favorite games of all time. And then I also played Halo. I love Halo as well. Well, I used to love Halo, not so much anymore. But I can actually like shooters. It just has to be done in a way that I prefer it. The game, the shooting gameplay needs to have enough options, and it actually has to feel like a shooter and not like an RPG with guns in it. You know what I mean? So if Project Net can do that, and that's a tall order to be honest. If it can do that, then I can see myself really enjoying the game. But if I don't, I will just have to play it just for the sake of being the lore guy, you know? But I wouldn't really have my heart into the game, which I hope that won't be the case. That said, I don't want the game tailored towards my needs or my preferences because I'm just one guy. I wanted girls with guns doing badass things. Snowbreak turned into Focus on a Stripper Club. That's the way I see it. Yeah, I can understand that. It became a it went from a girls with gun fantasy to a male fantasy. Usually stuff like Nikkei, they bounce it very well. Goes Frontline too, but Goes Frontline never really was a harem fantasy. I mean, you can make it that way because you know of the oath system and all that stuff, but Ghost Frontline 1 and 2, to be honest, they always took itself very seriously despite the premise. And if I'm completely honest, based on what I saw in Snowbreak, they still take themselves pretty seriously as well for specific events. But the main problem with Snowbreak is that the focus became all on the adjutant. And it's all on what the adjutant is feeling and what the adjutant is doing and hyping up the adjutant and the adjutant solving all the problems. And the operatives as a whole, they're now their personalities are now basically how much do I like the adjutant, more or less. They got rid of all the nuance and personal friendships between the different characters, which, to be completely honest, is not completely the dev's fault. Is also the audience that they have. The audience, boy, the audience is they have their preferences. I'll put it that way. Well, they pay the money, yeah. Hey, look, just so you guys don't have any, just to make it clear, I love fan service. I have a video on my channel that's all about explaining why fan service is here to stay and why it's useless to complain about it. And I am a bona fide fan service enjoyer. I let that all out on that video. But I'm also a nuanced person. I like balance in a lot of stuff. So I don't want fan service all the time, and I don't want it breaking the serious moments. So, for example, there was in Nikkei at the very least, in Nikkei, there was a very serious scene involving Cinderella. If you know Cinderella's story, you probably know what I'm talking about. There's an animated scene, and she's going out to fight an enemy, and for like a good 30 seconds, she's walking down a hall, and is focused extremely hard on her good areas, to put it in a way. And I like it. I do. But it's like, is it really a time for that? Is this really a time for that? You know? So there's always like two sides of my brain. I really like it, but then there's the more logical side where it's like, you could probably not do that, and the scene would be better for it. Yes, it was a time for that. It's like I know I'm like super duper ultra minority on that, and like I said, there is like the right side of my brain where it's like I really like these camera shots. Please do it more. So, like I said, it's me being multifaceted. I'm not going to complain about it, but there's a part of me that wants to say like, hey, you can probably respect the story more if you don't do that. But just far enough. Yeah, 45 is one of those characters that's like super duper ultra popular, but she's not hypersexualized. What's your thoughts on Ghost Frontline in modded games? I'm actually subscribed to one of the custom story makers that makes custom stories with modded games for Ghost Frontline. I think it's excellent, and it's one of those things where it's like it's a good way to have people learn more, or at least get more interest in Ghost Frontline. Yeah, and it lets everyone know like what lore is inside Ghost Frontline as well, if they go that far, of course. But just showing out the characters, it's great exposure, and I'm all for getting more fans into Ghost Frontline. Now, I haven't personally invested into like actual mods of actually Ghost Frontline mods, but if anyone has any suggestions, I'm all for trying them out. Maybe on stream too. I do know that there is like a Mega Man game, or a Mega Man like game, where I believe I want to say it's 45 as the main character in a Mega Man game. It's actually pretty good. Loyalist? Okay. I think Groza only got a bit more popular for her story involving Ghost from Line 2 compared to her role at Lack of 1 in Ghost from Line 1. Yeah, I agree. I love Metal Slug. Metal Slug is one of my favorite franchises. if someone made a Girls Frontline mod of Metal Slug, I'll play the hell out of that. Just also make it good along the way, you know? Yeah, 404 Metal Slug. That's actually sounds like their thing too. They'd be the best team for that. Yeah, I used to speedrun Metal Slug 2 and 3, so. Would be more if you help their ballpark. Put Girls Frontline mod on the most tragic Halo game in terms of story. Okay, yeah, I just looked at the time. Time really flies when you're having fun, guys. It's 12 o'clock, and I should start winding down and heading to bed. This was a good talk. We did a lot of theories, and yeah, we just we just talked a bunch. I love this stuff. It feels nice to just talk instead of. It's funny. Like, sorry, one more tangent. One more tangent. I used to stream a lot, right? So back then, I always felt that I had to be constantly playing games in order to entertain a stream. But the fact that we're able to just sit down and chat about Girls Frontline and not actually doing a gameplay is really special. I really like that. That's really fun. Good Lord Community Go. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's gonna be hard to. It's really hard for me to accept to accept compliments like that because I feel like I'm so far off from actually getting anything completely done. Yeah, gentlemanly discussions. But thanks for the compliments. I really appreciate it. But okay, I'm done yapping. I'm done talking. So I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys next time. Take care.